Morning, everybody. Welcome to this meeting of the Los Angeles City Board of Public Works for Wednesday, June 16th, 2021. Good morning, Mr. Knight. Do we have quorum?
Yes, good morning, President Good. TJ Knight, Assistant Executive Officer. President Good, Vice President Garcia, President Pro Tem Mike Davis, Commissioners Caloza and Villegas are present. We do have a quorum. We are also joined this morning by City Attorney Representative Mr. Ted Jordan. We do have speaker cards under item 3 and item 7 and public comment as well. In addition, we have received a written public comment which I have emailed to all commissioners on item 3. We have no neighborhood council commentary as well.
All right. Did you say we do have or don't have general public comment?
We do have one public comment.
Okay.
General public comment, yes.
All right. Let's go ahead. Thank you, TJ. So let's go ahead and take the minutes from Wednesday, May 26th, 2021. I'll motion for those to be approved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Any objections? Villegas, Caloza, or Garcia? No? All right. Hearing no objections, the minutes from Wednesday, May 26, 2021 are adopted and approved forthwith. Good morning, colleagues. Y'all ready? All right. I detected faint enthusiasm. I know that it's real deep. So let's get ready for a big day. Okay, Mr. Knight, let's go ahead and have general public comment.
Thank you, President Good. Dr. Williams, if you would kindly unmute yourself by pressing *6, and then you can begin your public comment. You will have 3 minutes.
Okay, Dr. Tom Williams, LA 32 Neighborhood Council Director for the North Area, speaking primarily to the Huntington Drive corridor. We have 2 major problems. One is part of the Board of Public Works. That is, what happened to the median landscaping project? It's now been over 2 weeks, 3 weeks since you approved the project and gave a 5-day start work. There's been a lot of controversy over it. There's places where they can do work, but no work is being done, and it's causing a lot of problems. So I highly recommend that somebody do something for the median between Van Horn and Maycrest soon, like this month maybe. Then we have another problem that's been growing between Topaz and Monterey Road on Huntington Drive. We cannot see the traffic speed camera anymore, and we cannot see the meter or anything because vegetation has overgrown that side of Huntington Drive. And on the other side, we have an increasing safety problem in that the bike lane is being covered with vegetation, branches, and such like that, causing the bicyclists to actually get into the travel lane on the outbound, eastbound lanes. So if somebody gets hit because of the encroachment problem of the vegetation, is that a liability for the city of Los Angeles? We would like to have all of the brush cleared from the bike lane and cut back to near the fence line or at least a foot away from the curb so that the cyclists can safely use the designated bike lanes. So please concentrate on Huntington Drive, Topaz to Monterey Road, and from Van Horn to Maycrest. Get something done. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. All right. That concludes general public comment. Mr. Knight, correct?
That is correct, President.
All right. Folks, I want to jump ahead in the schedule and go straight to item number 7. Item number 7, I believe, Mr. Knight, we have public comment, or we have a call or public comment on this item.
Yes, President, that is correct. We do have. Would you like to?
I'll read the item into the record, and then we'll have the comment, and then we'll take the item. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
All right. Item number 7 is in CD5. This is tree removal, Metro West Side Purple Line Extension, Section 3 project. Recommending the board, 1, find under the California Public Resources Code, Section 21166, and the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, Section 15162, on the basis of substantial evidence contained in the whole record that since certification of FEIR on March 2012 by Metro, there have been no changes to the project, changes with respect to the circumstances under which the subject tree removals are being undertaken, or no information of substantial importance concerning the project which cause new significant environmental effects or a substantial increase in the severity of the previously identified significant effects, and therefore no subsequent EIR and no supplemental EIR is required for the subject tree removal. 2, specify that the Bureau of Street Services, Urban Forestry Division, located at 1149 South Broadway, is custodian of the documents or other materials that constitute the record of proceedings upon which the board's decision is based. And 3, review and approve the request for a fee permit for the removal of 15 street trees, which include 2 jacaranda, 5 Indian laurel fig, 1 ornamental pear, and 7 southern magnolia trees for soldier pile installation needed to support excavation for the West Side Purple Line Extension Project, Section 3. Tree replacements and other conditions as specified in this report are required. So, Mr. Knight, let's go ahead and hear comment from the public.
Thank you, President. Ms. D'Antonio, would you kindly press *6 to unmute yourself, and you can go ahead and make your comment on item number 7.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is Joanne D'Antonio from CFAC, and I would like to know who in the city collaborates with Metro when they are in the design stage and could prevent the destruction of important public works like these trees on Wilshire Boulevard. You need to find that out because they are allowing horrific tree removal. Just in the past few weeks, you allowed trees on the other side of Wilshire to get removed to put in underground parking. All of you commissioners, before you vote, really should be required to walk the whole length of Wilshire Boulevard where these 15 trees grow and provide shade. If you have not collapsed from heat stroke today, then cast your vote. People on my next door sing the praises of neighbors who retain their yard tree, canopy, or water their parkway trees so that the sidewalks are shaded when they walk their dog. People will need to walk on Wilshire Boulevard to the new Purple Line subway station, and they will roast along the way. As they do that, they may just think about maybe moving to another city that has trees. Justin Bauer, principal planner of the Houston-Galveston Area Council, gave a webinar last week for the USDA Urban Forestry Connections on the importance of their successful tree preservation program. I can send you a link. Metro is also intending to remove a lot of mature trees downtown for their connector project. People voted against LAUSD funding in part because so many campus trees got removed without any public advance notice prior to being too late to change. Now you put the voters in the position of not voting for any more funding for Metro. People want their trees, and you see the anger on Nextdoor when trees are removed that could have been saved with more planning with regard for tree preservation. Please get to the officials who work with the designers at the early stages, because otherwise they don't care about what the people who have to survive the 20 years until a tree grows back. And that is if it grows back, given how little water for thirsty saplings we have. Wilshire Boulevard in that area of Westwood will not have any trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. D'Antonio. Mr. Knight, I know we have Streets LA here to present. Is Metro here present?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, PC Shuda, Construction Relations for Metro. We've created a short PowerPoint to walk through why we need the trees removed and how we are unable to keep them in order to build the project, if you would like us to go through that.
That would be great, Ms. Shuda, but first, I'd like Hector Benuelos from our Streets LA Urban Forestry Division to give his report. Then we'll have you go through your deck. That would be great. And then we'll have a conversation among the commissioners. So thank you. All right, Mr. Benuelos, good morning.
Yes, good morning, President Good, commissioners. This is Hector Benuelos. I'm with the Streets LA Urban Forestry Division. We have before us a request for a permit to remove 15 street trees on Wilshire Boulevard between Veteran Avenue and Westwood Boulevard and Council District 5 and the community of Westwood. The tree removals are being requested in order for, as part of the Purple Line extension and construction of the UCLA Westwood station there at the corner of Gailey and Westwood. The 15 trees targeted for removal include 1 ornamental pear, 2 jacarandas, 5 Indian laurel figs, and 7 southern magnolia trees. The trees are in fair condition. Several of the magnolias are really sparse crowns. Appears to be that they've have a lot of pruning events over the years, and the crowns are relatively thin. There are also some Indian laurel fig trees there that are, again, they've been excessively pruned, relatively small canopies, but there are some nice, large Indian laurel fig trees that are going to be affected by the project as well. Additionally, there are 2 jacaranda trees which are in pretty good condition. Those trees will be affected by the traffic light control installations, and the other trees will be affected by pile drivers, sidewalk repairs, other infrastructure installations and repairs as needed in order to construct the station there at the Westwood station there in UCLA, by UCLA. The Community Forestry Advisory Committee, the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, and Council District 5 were notified of the tree removal permit request. The division did not receive any communications from the council office and opposed to the project, and it assumed that they are neutral on the removals, but I do know that they do support the project. If approved, the trees will be replaced at 2-to-1 with the minimum size of 36-inch box size trees in these along the corridor here and in the adjacent streets and the project site. The trees will be watered for a minimum of 3-year period and to ensure their establishment. That concludes my presentation. I'm here to address any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Benuelos. All right, Ms. Shuda, welcome and good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
So, yeah, let's please proceed.
Okay, and are we going to share our deck?
Yeah, Mr. Knight, is there a way to facilitate?
Yes, there is. Kyra, if you'd kindly make Casey Shuda co-host at this time. That way she can share her screen. Okay.
Okay, are you seeing my presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Wonderful. So, thank you. Good morning, President Good and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to go through this short presentation. This is the Metro Purple Line, Future D Line, Section 3. Showing here our main station entrance at the corner of Wilshire and Gailey. A lot of the trees being removed will be removed because we are doing street level work, and that is to create the entrances to our underground station. Here is our main entrance, as I mentioned, at Wilshire and Gailey. We also have a second entrance on the corner of Wilshire and Westwood, and then a half entrance, our third entrance, on the southern corner of Wilshire and Westwood. So any trees that are in the vicinity of this construction will need to be removed so that we can build these entrances. In addition, we have an underground station to build. If you look at the white box at the center of this image, that is our underground station. And the underground station is essentially a 10-story building on its side underground. So this 10-story building is what we have to build underground. And any trees that fall within this white station box will need to be removed because we are literally digging from the surface 100 feet underground. So any trees that have roots or any support structure within that area need to be removed so that we can build the underground station to allow the subway trains to come in. Here is an outline of our exact tree removals. And like I mentioned, any areas where we're building the above ground station, anything that interferes with our underground station box, or anything that changes relative to curb changes, traffic signal, light changes, will need to be removed in order for us to build the project. And just to give you an example of what our underground station excavation looks like, here is an image from our Century City station, which is currently further along in construction. This is 100 feet of excavation underground. And so if you can imagine a tree sitting at the top of it, the roots would not be able to stay because we are literally just digging down 100 feet. Luckily, we have the technology to put station decking over top so people can walk and drive over our construction underground, but unfortunately, the trees will not survive. And the community and outreach engagement that we did for this tree removal was the notices were posted on trees, both private property at UCLA, which I think was mentioned earlier in that comment, and then in the public right away between February and April of this year. Metro, in addition to the city sending out their notifications and doing their outreach, Metro sent an e-blast to our email database and posted the construction notice about the tree removal on our website. We also updated the elected officials at our quarterly elected officials briefing in April. We also host a Westwood building managers meeting, so all the people who manage the important buildings around our construction were updated about the tree removal in April. And then our overall quarterly community meeting that we hold virtually was May 5th, and we shared this information at that meeting. So this is all our outreach and engagement. And then here's just how to get in touch with us if anyone has future questions about tree removal or the project. And that's it, so I'll stop sharing.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Shuda. Appreciate that. I also see that Ms. Ong is on from Metro as well, representing the project, so thank you both. Colleagues, I'll open this up for discussion, and I'll start with Vice President Garcia.
Thank you, President Good. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here on a Wednesday hot morning in the Valley. I don't have much questions, but I do want to say it's a shame that we'll be taking out these trees. I just saw a picture of how it currently looks, and there's such a beautiful lane of trees in there. I know that for the project design it's necessary, but Hector, was there any way that we could have at least kept some of those beautiful nature trees? That's one question. I guess I do have questions. And the other question, what is the health of those trees?
Hi, Commissioner. Yes, the health of the trees is fair. Most of the trees there, all of them are fair condition, fairly good condition. There's about 37 trees identified within the project area, of which these 15 trees identified for removal are needed, according to what the information that Metro supplied to the Bureau. So yes, there are, according to Metro, there are no ways to keep the trees in place.
That's really a shame. It's a beautiful line of trees that are there currently providing shade. Now, the trees that you are thinking of replacing, Metro, will those also be trees that will furnish shade?
Yes, we will be following city standards on the appropriate replacement trees for this area.
Actually, you know, I want to also go back to the comment we had previously by Ms. D'Antonio. She asked if Metro does work with anybody that's with the city to see if any trees. And I know last week when you were here doing the presentation, I asked if you can connect with our chief forester, Rachel Marrich. Maybe I'm saying her last name wrong. I'm sorry about that. To try to work this out because in the last rendering that we saw, we had palm trees, which are great, and we know that they're not, you know, California, you know, defines California that way, but they don't really cause, you know, they don't really do shade. So we're trying, so in the future, or as you move forward, can you just check in or maybe establish some kind of relationship with our chief forester so that she can help provide guidance and assistance on what trees should or shouldn't be here, or can we put what are better for maintenance? I mean, we understand that it's a big project, but if we can help out that way, I would love that we can do that. I guess those are all my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Okay, President Pro Tem Davis.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate, Ms. Shuda, the outreach that has been done on behalf of Metro in terms of the various stakeholders who are involved in the area around our construction for the Metro line, particularly the building managers and then the elected officials. And I guess it's been expressed by both Mr. Banuelos as well as yourself that we do have the support of the elected officials who represent the area, particularly the city officials. I don't know, is this the 5th district, Mr. Banuelos? Is this the 5th council district? So they support the removal of the trees. And then I think in terms of the film that you showed us, it explains clearly why there has to be a removal of the trees, because obviously the way that we have to dig in this, it would certainly have an adverse impact upon the roots of the trees, which eventually they would fall and fold over. But I think that Commissioner Garcia, who just spoke, talked about Chief Forester being involved, perhaps as that point person moving forward. And she would have to be involved in the beginning of the planning, as has been stated. And I don't know to what degree we could create an opportunity for that to occur moving forward, if in fact at all there was an opportunity in which to design the project in a way that would preserve more trees. Which leads me to my real issue here. Given the fact that we have to do what we have to do to achieve construction of this Metro line, have you ever observed in your work any municipality that can implant trees once a construction project is completed? In other words, have you ever witnessed, or are you aware that some areas can bring trees in that are mature trees and plant them situationally in a certain given area once construction is complete? And so that's a question I have, given our circumstances and the descriptions that you have given us as to what has to occur to successfully complete the project. So that is my question to you in terms of implanting of trees, of mature trees, that will help to at least in terms of an environmental justice issue. In other words, we're losing all of this canopy, and that it might be fair to look at some more innovative kinds of ways that we can help to escalate the opportunity for canopy to return. I think tree implanting might be. What is your observation about that?
So I'm not a tree expert, but just anecdotally from being on Purple Line Section 1, 2, and 3, there have been times where trees that we needed to remove, that needed to be removed for construction, were attempted.
Can I interrupt you 1 second? If you're not speaking, folks, can you please mute your phone or your screen? We're getting a lot of noise, and I don't think it's Miss Shuda. Thank you. Caller ending in 095 needs to mute too, please.
Thank you, President Good. So as I was saying, in instances on the purple line section 1, 2, and 3, there were opportunities for us to relocate mature trees. And in 2 separate instances, most recently on the VA campus, actually, we were attempting to relocate mature trees that seemed to have stable roots, and they were healthy enough that they could be. And during the relocation of those trees, it was determined that they would not survive the moving. So these trees and their root structure and just the nature of old trees who have such strong growth, it is very difficult to remove them and replant and then have them continue to live a healthy life. So we have worked with the forestry division to determine which trees will be replanted. So it's not Metro saying, we want the palms. It's we follow the LA City standard of what is available for street trees in this particular area. And so we are using the Urban Forestry Division's recommendations for what we will return. And that 36-inch box size that has been determined will go back in is larger than we have done in Section 1, which happened back in 2015. So we are increasing the size of the trees that we put back. And then Metro handles a 3-year maintenance program to ensure that those trees get grounded and are ready to be maintained by the city easily and make sure that they survive those first initial 3 years. If there are problems with those trees in the 3-year maintenance period, Metro is required to replace them and make sure that they have trees that will last.
Wonderful. Thank you. And then Mr. Banuelos, in terms of moving forward on other projects, even though it's not this particular project before us, it really precipitates a concern about moving forward. And Commissioner Garcia mentioned Chief Forester being a point person, since that's an administrator in our organization whose mission is to help plan for trees. Mr. Banuelos, is it possible that on future projects it would be reasonable to have the chief forester to reach the people who are doing planning on such projects to early on, not after they present a board motion, but prior to that in the planning phase? Is it possible that in future projects, as a result of our discovery here, that we might put those 2 people together, whomever the prime contractor for such a project is, and the chief forester, to ensure that in the planning we have done the most efficient and effective plan considering trees in our area?
Commissioner, the division is always involved with the medical projects, right? All the projects, when it comes down to planning and when it comes down to tree removals. Unfortunately, they, through the method of construction, the need to construct, and the locations of construction, limit the ability to keep trees in place at times. This is one of those situations where you just no way to avert it, right? These stations have to be constructed. We're always looking to retain trees whenever possible, right? And here along here, this corridor, there were 37 trees identified within the area, of which we're only removing 15. The other 2 are going to retain. So we do look to retain trees whenever possible. The 22 trees are going to be got to remain in place. As part of development, ongoing developments, there's unfortunately some trees may need to be removed from time to time. This is one of those instances where it looks like these 15 trees are going to have to be removed in order to allow for construction of the metro line here. The chief forester, which is within our division, is always made aware of these progress of all designs and construction activities when we're contacted when trees are going to be impacted. On metro projects, there is a Streets LA liaison there that constantly communicates with our urban forestry division, right? They're a part of the design build team, design services, and they're assigned specifically to a metros project to help oversee, help direct, and help make a determination exactly what trees are being impacted and why. And we do not go to the board unless we know exactly why trees are being removed. And we're always stressing the need to try to retain trees if and whenever possible.
Okay.
Yeah, so as far as for large replacement trees, a lot of the locations here in the public right of way do not allow for the relocation of very large specimen-sized trees due to underground infrastructure that is common in the public right of way. Right. In addition to that, due to the large box sizes, they're going to require very large planting areas, right? Which is also very challenging in the public right of way. We're only like maybe limited to 9 feet, maybe 12 feet of right of way. Right? So it's very difficult to plant a very large container size and those type of environments there. So we do appreciate Metro stepping up and planting at least 36-inch box size trees, which were pretty much, we recognize them as optimal, right? To ensure that they're going to get watered and get a good running start on getting themselves established there and providing the shade and the benefits that the trees can provide.
Okay, well, we just pray that in 35 years or so, we'll have some canopy then, and it'll be to where we really would like for it to be by that time. And I think that it's also important to know that we have such a person that is in the process from Streets LA, meeting already with MTA or whomever it might be that does these kinds of projects. So that's important to know. And also finally that the Chief Forester is also made aware of these developments. So thank you for that information. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. All right, Commissioner Closer.
Thank you, President Good. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Ben Willows and the Metro team. I had a few follow-up questions for Metro and appreciate your comments, Ms. D'Antonio, and thanks for taking the time to always be apprised of what's happening on the tree removal side, and just know that each decision that we make when it comes to removing any tree in the city is always a really hard one for the board. As hopefully you can hear from the questions that Vice President Garcia and President Pro Tem Davis and all of us asked, that it's always a tough choice for us. For the Metro team, just curious, in the design phase, were there any other alternatives that you all explored for where you're doing the excavation that looked at what would have the smallest amount of impact for tree removals?
This is Kimberly from Metro. So the question about the design of the station, the illustration that was shown before with the footprint of that station, that is actually predicated on the alignment of the tunnel itself. So during the environmental phase, it was determined, and I'm going to say there were different alternatives about where to place the stations themselves. This particular station in the Westwood UCLA area, it has 3 entrances. There's the main one that's over in the UCLA parking lot, and then there's the other 2 entrances over by Westwood. But with the layout of the tunnel itself, the tunnel is in Wilshire Boulevard, but the station entrances themselves, to bring people in and out of the station, they're coming in from the sides of the street. So when we are constructing the station, as far as the design, it really, again, is at the location of the station and the tunnel itself. So we do try to minimize the footprint and the impact that we have in the surrounding communities. But in order, again, to bring people into and out of the station and to build that box, it does take that footprint of in areas of the street as well as the sidewalks as well. And I'm going to say, just in terms of reference to the design, in addition to working with Bureau of Street Services, we also work with the other city departments as well for the design development. And again, we do try to minimize the impact to the city. But for this one, I don't see how else we could construct the station being where it's at, and it's unfortunately in this area it's very congested. Again, middle of Wilshire Boulevard, and the entrances being over off street as well, where the sidewalks are.
I appreciate the explanation, Ms. Ong. And currently there's really no, trains or subway system into the UCLA Westwood area. Is that correct?
Correct. Currently, there's no trains that are going into the Westwood area. So this will bring the new transit train service into the Westwood area.
And so really what you're doing is providing more access to for a lot of students, right, who might be in the UCLA and also residents in the Westwood area that traditionally would be going there by car, right?
Right. I mean, for those that have gone out to the west side, there's a huge amount of traffic that go out to that west side. So this will really provide another mobility option for people so that they don't have to be sitting in their cars. But as part of that, we do have the construction of the station as well.
Thank you. And I think that's helpful to know too. And I'm always torn about these tree removals, but knowing that there's not currently access by train to this part of our beautiful city, and that long term, this will actually help reduce the vehicle miles traveled in a part of the city that we know can be sometimes inaccessible to get to for a lot of people, that this is going to be a huge benefit to a lot of residents, and especially the students. Some other questions that I had is, I'm still also wanting to kind of pick at this issue of shade, of course, that my colleagues have already raised. And I know that you all listed that there's going to be at least 30 trees replanted. So I noticed that the keyword there, minimum, right? So does that mean that there's room for additional trees over 30 to be planted on site?
As far as the tree relocations, the locations for the replacement trees, those will be coordinated with the city. There are, I'm going to say, some requirements about where trees can go. So the intent, I'm going to say, is try to put in the areas of impact. And if there's other trees that don't fit within that area, trying to keep it as close as we can to that area.
But what I mean is that word that's put in the border port of minimum, that implies that there's room for more trees to be planted. Is that what I'm understanding from how this is written? Or maybe that's a question for you, Mr. Ben Willows, when you all put that recommendation in the report. It sounds like there's space there for more than 30 trees.
Right now, we're not certain exactly how the final product's going to look when all the infrastructure is in place. So what we mean by that is there's going to be a minimum of 30 trees. If Metro elects to plant more trees, by all means, they may go ahead and do so.
Okay. And obviously, I just wanted to note that because I picked up on that word, but obviously, Ms. Ong and Ms. Shuda, we would encourage you all to plant as many trees as you can if you see that there's space for more. And just on the question of shade, are there any other applications that Metro included in the design that may not be related to trees, but may be related to another design element to create more shade in and around the stations, knowing that we're losing some mature trees?
As far as other opportunities for the work that we have for the Metro project, in our plaza area, we do also, there is also some other opportunities for trees within the plaza area itself. But I'm going to say with the footprint that we have with our station, that opportunity is really more confined, I'm going to say, over to the UCLA parking lot area. The other areas with the proximity that they are with the buildings and the existing infrastructure, not as many opportunities over on the entrances over on the Westwood area, but there are more opportunities over on the UCLA parking lot area where people will be accessing, going to and from the station.
Along the Wilshire side specifically, since that's where the removals are happening, is there going to be, for instance, like addition of bus shelter that has shade in it, like actual furniture that you're all inputting? I'm just trying to understand if there's a creation of additional shade that does not come from trees.
Okay. So for the locations with the bus shelters, the shelters, they do follow city standards. So we'll be following the locations where we have the bus stops. We'll be also following the standards for the bus shelters as well.
Okay. And maybe I'll just follow up with you and your team after to better understand that. I just think that when we, and that might be something for future metro projects too, is I know we lose shade when we do tree removals, right? I think that's something that comes up a lot in our board. But knowing that there's sometimes design and project limitations with how many trees you can plant, that's not the only way you can create shade at your projects. Given that that's the concern that we're hearing that we want to be mindful of, given the heat and the weather and the impacts of climate change, that there's other ways that maybe metro projects can create shade to get to the point of what we are losing, while these trees that we're planting take time to mature and grow. And so follow up with you and your team after this meeting to better understand what that looks like in terms of your projects. But I don't have any more questions, and appreciate the Metro team and Mr. Benuelos for it. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Commissioner Coloso. Thank you, Ms. Ong. And Commissioner Villegas.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Benuelos, for your reports, and Ms. Antonio for your comments, and just the Metro team for staying with us and explaining the project. I also appreciate my colleagues' questions, same that I was going to ask, and I would just ask Metro just to come and see me before these items come to the board, seeing that they're always difficult to get all the details on, and just being able to characterize the project. And I think what Commissioner Coloso was aiming for was just a little bit more characterization in terms of additional shade areas. Once you get on, once you get off, as you're walking, what other opportunities are there? And they may be in the design, just a clarification, that's all. We recognize that, this UCLA area, and that we have the federal building, all those important offices, many offices for employment as well. That we need to have public transportation in. It's just that juxtaposition of transportation, and then we lose, our dear trees that we have difficulty making decisions on, and we recognize the need for these transportation projects because they're huge and significant, and they make such a making our all Angelinos' lives just a little bit easier, especially students just coming to and from. And I appreciate your giving us all that information on the projects. And Mr. Benuelos, thanks for the characterization of, there were 37 trees that were reviewed, and of that, 15 were saved, and 22 were saved, and 15 are before us today. So that's the call to action for this board. So thank you for that clarification. I realize that this is for the greater good for our infrastructure, and it is going to take some time just to reach that beautiful tree canopy that we currently have to, with time. I don't have any, questions. I think, you heard from my colleagues. They're, always trying to get a little bit more, again, characterization for the project and better understanding, for this work. And we appreciate your patience, through all these, questions, just to be able to give us just a little bit more information. We don't take these decisions lightly because we do want to keep as much as possible, and we appreciate that we have at least 22 of those trees still in place. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Ms. Ong, Ms. Shuda, Mr. Benuelos, I think my colleagues pretty much hit it all. I would just sort of reiterate a couple of points. It is awkward the timing in which we get these items, right? Ms. Ong, you hit on the fact that alternatives were, as a matter of course, considered in the environmental impact review process, and we know that. And this is obviously a massive, massive priority for the city, for the region, for everybody. And it's going to be amazing, actually. That said, it is, always disappointing to see trees felled. And so I would reiterate, it would be ideal and optimal to work with us to the greatest degree possible, and that's all of our departments. I mean, interestingly, you work with Streets LA, you're working with Streets LA on this. Shade opportunities as the canopy is growing, exploring those. It is it is a heat island, and it's going to become more so. And so I think that would be important. I would also put in the plug. I think either Ms. Garcia or Dr. Davis hit on this. Whatever the decor becomes, I would personally. This is not in my purview for sure, but. Avoid palm trees and instead go for shade trees wherever possible. And then, but yeah, I think everything else has actually been covered. So I will take a motion to approve the item.
I'll move it.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Do I have a second? I'll second. Any?
I was muted. Sorry about
Oh,
that.
that's okay. All right. So you get a second. We got a second from President Pro Tem Davis, TJ. And then any objections or follow-up concerns, Calosa or Garcia? All right. Let's take a roll call vote on this one, TJ.
So starting with President Davis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Vice President Garcia?
Aye.
Commissioner Calosa?
Aye.
President Good?
Aye.
And Commissioner Villegas?
Aye.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right. We have a 5-0 vote, Mr. Knight.
Yes, that is correct, President.
All right. So the item is adopted, and we'll move it forthwith. Thank you very much, Mr. Banuelos. Thank you, Ms. Owen. Thank you, Ms. Shooter, for the presentation. That was actually, it was very helpful. And good luck moving forward. I know we will be seeing y'all quite a bit over the next couple of years. So thank y'all very much. All right, folks, while we're on Metro, what I'd like to do is go ahead and move to item number 11. Item number 11 is the regional connector team here?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, Mr. Antonelli, there we go. Hey, Matt. All right, item number 11. This is CD14. This is a street closure, Metro Regional Connector Transit Corridor Project, Hope Street, between 2nd Street and 3rd Street, concrete roadway deck panel removal, utility relocation, backfill, and pavement restoration. Recommending the board, 1, find that the board has reviewed and considered the information in the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority Metro Regional Connector Transit Corridor Project Draft Environmental Impact Statement, Environmental Impact Report, and final EIS/EIR. 2, find under the California Public Resources Code, Section 21166, and the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, Section 15162, on the basis of substantial evidence contained in the whole record, that since certification of the EIS/EIR, there have been no changes with respect to the circumstances under which the temporary street closure being undertaken would require a subsequent EIR or supplemental EIR. 3, adopt the January 20, 2012 Mitigation, Monitoring, and Reporting Program, Chapter 8 of the final EIS/EIR, and Appendix 3, Memorandum of Agreement prepared by the Metro as it pertains to construction impacts. 4, find under the CEQA guidelines, Section 15091, that changes have been incorporated into the project which substantially lessens the significant environmental effects as identified in the final EIS/EIR. Further, find that there is no feasible alternative or additional feasible mitigation measures within the board's powers that would substantially lessen any significant effect project would have on the environment. 5, adopt the attached CEQA findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations as it pertains to the temporary street closure, and find that the economic, social, technological, and other benefits of the project outweigh its significant medical impacts. Excuse me. 6, specify that the Metro Transit Division of the Bureau of Engineering, located at 1149 South Broadway, the board, located at 200 North Spring Street, and other relevant City of Los Angeles departments are custodians of the documents or other material which constitute the record of the proceedings upon which the board's decision is based. 7, approve the request to extend the existing temporary closure of Hope Street between 2nd and 3rd Street for 49 calendar days starting Monday, June 21, 2021 at 5 a.m. and ending Monday, August 9, 2021 at 5 a.m. subject to the conditions identified within this report. 8, approve the peak hour exemption request to allow construction work within the public right-of-way during weekday morning peak hours, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., weekday afternoon peak hours, 3:30 p.m. to 7 p.m., starting Monday, June 21, 2021, and ending Friday, August 6, 2021, for Hope Street between 2nd Street and 3rd Street, subject to the conditions identified within this report. And 9, authorize the city engineer to administratively approve an extension of up to 1 week beginning Monday, August 9, 2021 at 5 p.m. and ending Monday, August 16, 2021 at 5 a.m. if unforeseen conditions are encountered which may delay the completion of this construction work. Order E1907394. I will note, Mr. Knight, that I'm going to at some point, if the board approves this closure, we're going to need to amend recommendation 9 to incorporate the Director of Bureau of Street Services to jointly make that administrative determination along with the city engineer. But hold on, just as a flag. Mr. Shu from the Bureau of Engineering is with us, and I see Matt Antonelli and Jason Montenegro from Metro with us on the project, or from the project team at Metro. Larry, why don't you kick us off, sir?
Right. Thank you, President Good. Good morning. This is Larry Shu from the Bureau of Engineering Metro Transit Division. Excuse me. The Metro Regional Connector Project is a 1.9-mile underground light rail transit line that will extend from a newly relocated Little Tokyo Arts District station to the 7th Street Metro Center, and includes 2 additional stations, Historic Broadway and Grand Avenue Bunker Hills. Sorry, Grand Avenue Arts Bunker Hill Station. There we go. The street closure request is one in a series of requests as the Regional Connector Project team completes underground work, backfills excavations, and restores city streets. The Regional Connector is scheduled to reach revenue service in the fall of 2022. On March 17, 2021, the board authorized a 3-month temporary street closure of Hope Street between 2nd Street and 3rd Street beginning March 19, 2021 and ending June 21, 2021. Metro and their contractor, the Regional Connector constructors, are requesting to extend this closure an additional 49 days to complete the original scope of work due to project impacts related to changed working hours in response to community concerns associated with nighttime construction noise. For Metro, the nighttime work hours have been adjusted to end at 9 p.m. instead of at midnight. As part of this report, actually, you've already read in the amendment. Thank you. As part of this report, recommendation number 9, authorize the city engineer and the director of the Bureau of Street Services to administratively approve an extension of up to 1 week from August 9th, 2021 to August 16th, 2021, if unforeseen conditions delay the completion of this construction. The work planned during this closure is for the removal of concrete decking and support structure, backfill, utility relocation, and pavement restoration associated with the new Grand Avenue Arts Bunker Hill Station. Also, the construction of a new pedestrian bridge over Hope Street that will connect Metro Station to the Broad Museum. Major submittals associated with this closure have been approved by BOE. There are no unresolved notices of non-compliance issued by BCA. And since this is an ongoing street closure extension request, traffic impacts are unchanged. Pedestrian access to the east side of Hope, adjacent to the Bird Museum, is maintained, and no driveways or street parking are directly impacted by the closure. As part of evaluating this request, staff from BOE's Environmental Management Division reviewed the environmental documentation from Metro and generated a memo attached to this report, which summarizes the impacts and mitigation measures associated with this closure extension. Metro Construction Relations has informed the public of this planned closure extension through a series of virtual stakeholder briefings and community meetings. Adjacent stakeholders include the Music Center, the Brood Museum, adjacent buildings, N-Wave Energy Plan, and the Downtown Center Business Improvement District, and the Central City Association. We are not aware of any community objections to this request. City Council District 14 has communicated its support of this request as well. This concludes my report. We have staff from BOE, LADOT, Metro, and Regional Connector Constructors available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shu. Mr. Antonelli, any follow-up comments? Otherwise, we'll open this up to discussion.
No, I don't have any follow-up comments at the time. I just want to recognize we have JC from our project from Community Relations. Olga's couldn't make it today, so JC is here to answer any questions you may have about stakeholder engagement or any issues we have out there.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. Good morning, Mr. Montenegro. All right, colleagues, I'll open this up for discussion. Commissioner Villegas.
Muted. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I know this is arduous, but this project is so important to the Little Tokyo area. I don't have any questions. I appreciate today's report. I know it's a long time coming. I know it's not the last time you'll probably be here either. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Villegas. Vice President Garcia.
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Pro Tem Davis. You're muted, Mike.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for the report. No questions from me either.
All right. Thank you, Mike. And Commissioner Calosa.
Thank you, President Good. I don't have any questions on this item. Mr. Shu briefed me ahead of time, so I understand the work that's occurring. The only request I would make to Mr. Shu and BOE is if you could notify us, like our request in the last street closure, if the Metro team does indeed and use this additional weekend that we built in, just in case. It would be good to know whether or not they're keeping on track with their schedule, whether or not they're eating into these weekends that we're reserving just in case. So that's my only comment, but thank you for your report.
Thank you. Will do.
Thank you, Commissioner. I agree. Definitely would like a heads up on that. If that becomes necessary, which we hope it won't. And thanks, Metro. This feels like an example of having your ear to the constituents. That ultimately this project, some of the constituents that this project will ultimately serve. And that's meaningful and important, even if it creates some delays in time. So I will motion with the amendment to add language, Mr. Knight, on recommendation 9, and the director of the Bureau of Street Services between the city engineer and the two administratively. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So authorize the city engineer and the director of the Bureau of Street Services to administratively approve, et cetera, et cetera. So I will motion as amended to move the item forward. Do I have a second?
Second, though.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Any concerns or objections? Calosa, Davis, or Garcia?
No objections.
All right. The item is adopted as amended forthwith. Thank you very much, Mr. Shu. Thank you, Mr. Antonelli, and thank you, Mr. Montenegro. And good luck. Grind forward. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Colleagues, let's next go to I'd like to go next to item number 12. Item number 12 is a personal services contract. CRNR Inc. recommending the board approve and forward this report with transmittals to the mayor and city council with the request that the Board of Public Works be authorized to execute a personal services contract for the processing and marketing of residential recyclable materials in the West Los Angeles, North Central, South Los Angeles, and Harbor waste sheds of the City of Los Angeles to CRNR Inc. And 2, authorize the president or 2 members of the Board of Public Works to execute the contract upon the mayor's and council's authorization. Work order SRBCAOOC. I see LA San rolling deep, led by Dr. Rowena Romano, as always on this item. Alex Liu, Bob Potter, Ron Milo, and I'm sure others. Dr. Romano, you're going to be giving a presentation, right?
Yes, as well as my staff, Ron and Martin. So.
All right. Oh, hi, Martin. All right. So please proceed.
Great. Thank you. Good morning. We're still in the morning. President Good, Commissioners Caloza, Davis, Garcia, and Villegas, City Attorney, Bureau Representatives, and Executive Officer. I am Rowena Romano, Senior Environmental Engineer with LA Sanitation, and I'm here with my environmental engineers, Ron Milo and Martin Ruiz. As you know, we've been in the middle of many changes in the recycling market for a few years now, and due to these changes, we have to distribute a new RFP for these services. So, of course, this year wasn't without many challenges with the pandemic, but here we are today. We made it, and today we have a contract for our southern waste sheds, namely West LA, South LA, North Central, Harbor, and this. We are asking to award to CRNR, and we will continue to work on a contract for our Valley waste sheds. We are also happy to see that the recycling markets have improved greatly the beginning of this year, and we hope that it will continue. We are also working on some changes for the Blue Bin program focused on education and contamination reduction. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ron, Milo, and Martin, and I believe they have a presentation to share, TJ.
Thank you very much, Dr. Romano.
So Ron, you are co-host. This is TJ Knight, Assistant Executive Officer. Ron, you are co-host. Go ahead and share your screen, and it should share to everyone underneath.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can, I think.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Ron, I'm sorry to interrupt you. If you want to go ahead and play the slideshow instead of showing it slide by slide, or it's up to you.
How's that?
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. So again, good morning, everyone. And good morning, President Good, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Caloza, Commissioner Villegas, and our Executive Director in charge for today, TJ Knight, and also our City Attorney Representative, Ted Jordan. My name is Ron Milo from LA San Solid Resources Support Services Division. And we are here today to do a presentation. And the first part of the presentation, I will be doing the first part, and the second part will be doing by my colleague, Martin Ruiz. So our team, we call it LA San Residential Blue Bin Program, is here again requesting to execute a personal services contract for the processing and marketing of residential recyclable materials from the City of Los Angeles to CRNR Incorporation. But before going further, please allow me to say something to Commissioner Caloza. And Commissioner Caloza, if you remember, last February 5, 2021, in the Board of Public Work agenda, I presented item number 3, requesting approval and execution of an authority of expenditure number 215-08006 M in the amount of 12.1 million to encumber funds to pay CRNR Incorporation in the processing and marketing of the residential blue bin material covering Harbor, West LA, North Central, and South LA waste shed from July 1st, 2020 to June 30, 2021. One of the comments made by Commissioner Calosa on that day is to ensure to have a longer term contract and as much as possible, no more AEs to be requested. If you remember, Commissioner Calosa, I responded to you by saying, that's our plan, Commissioner. And you let me shoulder that responsibility. With your comment, Commissioner Calosa, it became a challenge for our team, headed by our Assistant General Manager, Alex Hilu, our Division Manager, Robert Potter, our Assistant Division Manager, Dr. Romano, and our Project Manager, Martin Ruiz. Our team have been working so hard so we can accomplish the plan. With that said, here we are, Commissioner Calosa, fulfilling my response to you last February 5, 2021. So, because Laysan lost contract to 2019 due to China policies affecting the contract structure, we utilize letters of agreement, or we call it LOA, to continue the services to our residents and have an essential collection of blue bin materials from West LA, North Central, Harbor, and South LA. LA San executed those LOAs with CRNR Incorporation and utilizing some transfer stations prior to sending them to potential investors, a material recovery facility in Wilmington. West LA and South LA utilized Culver City waste reduction as a transfer station, and CRNR delivers to potential for processing and marketing. North Central uses active recycling, and CRNR delivers the material to potential for processing as well. The use of an LOA is a short-term agreement, and Elliston distribute an RFP last January 2020 for a long-term contract. We conducted a proposal meeting the following month and received 5 proposals covering the whole waste sheds. Due to the pandemic, we asked for an electronic submittal of their proposals and requested hard copies for our records and evaluation. The following evaluation criteria were used to determine the most responsive proposer. Each proposal was reviewed, evaluated, and assigned a score under each criterion corresponding to designated range of points. A total score was calculated by adding each criteria score. The proposer with the highest score was determined to be the most responsive. Thus, it is really important to note that the criteria listed were satisfied and met in the submitted proposal. So on this slide, prior to the RFP, LA San organized an evaluation team consisting of LA San staff to provide scores to proposals and rank them based on the evaluation criteria established. Before any proposals is considered for evaluation, it must comply with the city's Business Inclusion Program, otherwise known as BIP, requirements. 4 proposals passed the BIP, and the LA County Sanitation District did not pass, as they did not submit the BIP requirements. The evaluation team sent out a set of questions to proposers for clarification, a better understanding and scoring of the proposals. Because again of the pandemic, we conducted a virtual site visit to have a better picture of their facility and as well as their operation. With all the activities mentioned, the evaluation team was able to complete the scores on October 30, 2020 and we submit it to our exec for the review and approval. Here's the selection and negotiations conducted. So LA Sun received two proposals, namely American Reclamation Incorporation and CRNR Incorporation for the southern waste sheds covering West LA, North Central, South LA, and Harbor. After the team's evaluation and scoring, CRNR was selected to negotiate and award a contract to their proposed service areas. On the Valley Waste Shed side, as Dr. Romano mentioned earlier, LA Sun received 4 proposals, and currently the team is still evaluating options for the East and West Valley waste sheds. So here's the scores by criteria between CRNR and Reclamation. American Reclamation, although has a long history operationally, LA Sun has no recent experience with them, as they had a fire in November 2019 that caused the facility to perish, and they did not have a system operating to show how they would sort the city's blue bin materials. In addition, and it will be discussed further by my colleague Martin Ruiz, that their processing unit costs for the PUC were in the higher end at the proposed range. American Reclamation is a local business enterprise and gained an additional 8 points. So American Reclamation proposed for North, Central, and East Valley waste shed, but determined to be able to keep below their permit for contamination, and they can only accept 140 tons per day at 35% contamination. So on the experience and operation evaluation, as I mentioned earlier, that the city have no experience with American Reclamation in handling their blue bin materials, and they have no facility during the time of evaluation because of the November 2019 fire. And in addition to that, the facility is currently not certified under the city's facilities certification plan. And for CRNR, LA Sun have several years of experience with them in the collection and processing of the residential blue bin materials. CRNR, together with their partners, has an operational facility covering the proposed service areas, equipped with the state-of-the-art technology and capacity to properly separate, categorize, and maximize the recovery of recyclable material for distribution to the recycling commodity market. That ends my presentation, and the second half of the presentation will be presented by my colleague, Martin Ruiz. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron. Next slide, please. Good morning, President Good and Commissioners, City Attorney, and City Representatives. Again, my name is Martin Ruiz from LA Sun Solid Resources Support Services Division. I will proceed with the presentation. This slide shows the commodity that proposers accept to recycle. American Reclamation accepted almost every commodity, except for aseptic cartons and bioplastics. Unfortunately, we were not confident in how American Reclamation will recycle some of the commodities because they do not have an existing facility to show the process, although they mentioned they will build a facility in the future. And as Ron mentioned it, the reason American Reclamation did not have an existing facility is because they had a fire a few years back, and that disabled their facility. In contrast, CRNR accepted plastic number 1, number 2, number 5, metal, glass, mixed paper, and cardboards, and they have a robust infrastructure to process and market their commodities. Next slide, Ron, please. On the proposed cost, CRNR proposed a total cost of $137.70 per ton. This price includes the processing unit cost $107, $15 per ton to transload material to CRNR transloading containers, and $18 with 75 cents to transfer or transport material from the transfer station to the material recovery facility, in this case, Potential Industries, which is located in Wilmington. R&R will have a 70% revenue sharing if the value of the blended value of the commodities are greater than the processing unit cost. In this case, if the blended value of the commodities is greater than $170 per ton, they will share whatever whatever the percentage, whatever the money is there. American Reclamation was on the high end of the cost, and they proposed $148 with 80 cents per ton, and they did not have a revenue sharing program with the city. Next slide, Ron, please. The scope of work for CRNR is as follows. Term agreement for 5 years with 2 years, 5-year renewable options. They accepted to receive material for West LA, North Central, South LA, and Harbor Waysheds. Accepted to conduct 3 waste categorizations per year. They will properly dispose contamination at landfill with the option to utilize CRNR's engineering municipal solid waste facilities for contaminants. This will be based on city's approval and CRR's available capacity. The contractor's participation rate will be MVE to 52.17%, OVE to 21.74%. As I mentioned previously, CRR accepted to process and market cardboard, paper, plastics, number 1, number 2, number 5, as well as glass and metal, such as tin, aluminum, and scrap metal. Next slide, Ron, please. Next slide. And regarding the cost, processing unit cost will remain the same in fiscal year 22-23, but it will be adjusted to the consumer price index in fiscal year 23-24 at 80% and not to 100%. The transloading cost at transfer station will be adjusted annually. The hauling cost from transfer station to MRF will be adjusted annually at 80% of the consumer price index. CRR will share 70% of the profits if the blended value of the material is greater than the processing unit cost of 107. They also agreed to provide $1 per ton of material recycled to help contamination and education, contamination reductions, and contamination efforts. And the term of the high end for the cost is, for the estimated cost is $101 million, with the estimated cost of 20%, $20 million, with an estimated cost of about $121 million. And the low end for the 5 years is 0. Next slide, John. Now we are seeking your approval for this contract, and the next step will be the mayors and council approvals. With this, we conclude the presentation and will answer your questions. Thank you.
Can we close the screen? There we go. All right, thank you, LA Sand team. Let's open this up for discussion. I'll start with Vice President Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, President Good. And thank you to the LA Sand team for your report. I don't have any specific questions because I was briefed, and I know I asked like 100 questions during my briefing. I know Dr. Rowena answered, and she was very good at answering all these questions. So I don't have any questions, and thank you for working on this contract that I know has taken a lot of time and effort, making sure that we get the best possible contract for the city, really. So thank you, Dr. Rowena, Bob Potter, and Alex, and Martin, and everybody else that worked on this. Ron Milo, did I get you too? Okay, good.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. President Pro Tem Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to get some clarification. My audio went a little low. in terms of the slide where we were describing the American Reclamation variables versus those of CR&R. And it looked as if, in fact, that American Reclamation was claiming a little bit more in terms of what they were able to do and manage as far as recyclables are concerned. But we had a concern from the city that even though they claimed a few more items, that in fact they didn't have the, what was it that we said that they didn't have?
The facility?
The facility?
Oh, they didn't have the facilities. And what
Yes.
were they proposing to do in that stead? They realized they didn't have the facilities, right?
Yes. They acknowledged that, but they were proposing to build a facility upon receiving the contract from City of Los Angeles.
Oh, I see. So they want to do it in aftermath. In terms of, I appreciate the breakdown that you have given us in terms of the MBE. The funding for this project comes from ratepayer fees, or where? How does the funding from this contract, where does it come from?
Hi, Commissioner Davis. This is it comes from the Solid Waste Resource Revenue Fund, which is the ratepayers that they pay the $36.32 a month. So that's where it comes from.
Okay, wonderful. And also, in terms of the impact that we make economically, in terms of all of the various communities that are served, do we have a tool that will allow various people from various communities being served to be a part of the employment opportunities, even though they are not a lot, but that there are tools that would create opportunities from people from the various communities to work on such a such a recycling project? Or do we have people centralized from the companies themselves?
I believe Dr. Romano could correct me, but I believe the workforce that they have employed at potential industry, which is in the harbor part of the city, comes mostly from City of LA and neighboring LA County. So,
okay, so for example, in South Los Angeles, are residents of South Los Angeles, do we have any of them working on this project?
You mean at the material recovery facility?
In any capacity?
I don't know. I know we use, like was mentioned, MBE drivers who haul the products. I'll have to get back to you to see what percent come from what part of the city, unless the staff has that data.
Because there's no phone center that does public education where they can hire operators. I'm just using this as an example because some of the contracts are like that. So I did not know if that was also true of this contract, is why I asked the question.
Commissioner Davis, this is Ted. Pardon my sort of inserting myself. So you're absolutely right. We do have a lot of contracts that the department and the board approves where we see specific hiring data, hiring people from this zip code or that zip code. Those local hiring requirements are done under the purview of the project labor agreement. And so those project labor agreement contracts would typically be our construction contracts that the board approves the use of the PLA. For contracts of this nature, we're not really applying the city's project labor agreement. Those are agreements done with the construction and building trades. This is more in the nature of a service contract. And so we might have business inclusion program elements where we're looking at the use of subcontracting companies, subcontractors, to provide the services under the contract. That's the extent of which the business improvement program goes. It doesn't get into the hiring of the individual workers. That's more of in the nature of what we do under the project labor agreement. So this is a different kind of contract.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, personal services contract.
Okay, got it.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Commissioner Closer.
Thank you, President Good. And first off, I'll start and say, Mr. Milo, I appreciate your follow-up and direct response for my comments a year ago. It's not every day that that kind of follow-up is remembered from our end at the board, oftentimes we say things and it feels like sometimes it goes into the ether and nobody heard us and we don't get anything back. But I know that when we are working with your team specifically under Alex's leadership, and of course Bob and Dr. Rowena and Martin and you, that's not the case. You all follow up almost immediately after a comment or question that I give you all. So I appreciate how much work that you've all put into making sure that this is not an LOA before us, but this is an actual 15-year contract, and it's not every day the board gets to approve something worth over $400 million. Right, and that's why it's important, because we know that the year-to-year LOAs is not how we want to do business for something this important. So I appreciate all your hard work that you've put into this. So first, let me start off in expressing my deep thanks to you and the entire LEC team.
You're welcome, Commissioner.
You must have taken really detailed notes last week, because you quoted me several times. So I appreciate that. A few things and I know I asked this and you all briefed me to ahead of time, which I appreciated. So I asked a lot of questions there as well, but I think it might be helpful too for the benefit of the public, since we are voting on a mega contract today. If someone on your team can maybe just explain what any differences, if at all, between this contract that we have before us and maybe the previous iteration of this contract that we have in place right now. Can you just give us some high-level summaries of the differences between the two?
Sure, I could actually jump in on that one. Previous contracts that we've negotiated in the realm of recycling, and this was back in the 80s, 90s, when recycling was had a lot of value, and there wasn't the issues that we were having with finding homes, the China sword, and all those other issues. We would negotiate a flat fee contract for tonnage. So if we had 1 ton of materials, it would have a set value of, let's say, $10 per ton as we delivered it. The change happened in 2019 as the markets dried up and there wasn't the availability of the recycling of the materials, and our vendors were at a point of losing money, and they couldn't provide the services and provide a return. This led us to negotiations that were very detailed and very high level, and I don't want to go too far into them, but where we valued each product, and that's where we have this PUC here, the processing unit cost. So we know how much it costs for them to process the materials, the processors, and we asked them to give us the value of the materials that they remove from our stream and use that to offset the cost. So this was a model that would allow us to, in the tough times, would allow the MRF to be able to stay viable and make an income, because they weren't going to lose money because there was no value in the materials. But the win side of that is, as the markets improve, we will see a value of the materials that's higher than the PUC, and that's where we have that revenue generating. And 2.5 years ago, the markets were at the worst point. What we're seeing today is the markets are rebounding, and we're seeing where there is going to be a potential revenue in a lot of these waste sheds. So we're going to go from this contract costing us to actually generating revenue at some point. That was our goal, but it was a desire to make the contract a way that both the city and the vendors could maintain this responsible recycling program that we have.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Potter, for that kind of summary. And in terms of the value and the contract length, was the last contract also around the same value of $400 million over 15 years, or was it slightly different, just for background?
Well, and like I stated earlier, the last contracts that we had negotiated were revenue generating contracts. I mean, if we were bringing in $5 to $6 million a year at the peak. So no, they were not $400 million contracts. And I think the $400 million is based on worst case scenario, if there is no value in the recycling. So just so we're clear, we don't anticipate this being a $400 million contract. We anticipate hopefully being a revenue generating contract in the end. But we make sure that we're very transparent about the potential costs of the contract. But no, this one is going to be, it'll fluctuate based on the markets. I mean, high density polyethylene is natural is rising. The value of OCC, which is cardboard, has increased. We used to have a negative value on mixed papers. It's showing a value now. So those all added together will start generating revenue and offset the cost to the city.
Thank you, thanks for making that distinction. It's hard to believe a time when these contracts were revenue generating for the city, but hopefully that's on an upward trajectory as we head into a better economy. The thing too I appreciated with this too, I noticed that the contractor over exceeded the MBE for this contract. I think we set it at 18%, and they came in at 52%, which is over 30% above what we anticipated. So I just wanted to point that out. And the piece here, and I know we talked a little bit about this in our briefing. I don't know if CRNR is on this call, but I know that a key part of this is also just the public education piece that we talked about, and the level of contamination sometimes in certain parts of the city. Is there anything built into this contract for CRNR to help us reinvest back into our communities to help reduce contamination levels where we haven't seen much progress in parts of the city? I saw that there's obviously the $1 per ton that will be reinvested into public education, but just curious what else is going on and how can we really incentivize that?
Well, I think yes, and that's a great question. So the $1 is an incentive that we asked for building tools to help educate the public. And there's some options, some apps that are on phones where residents may be able to scan the item and it'll tell them whether it's recyclable or not. We can get the thing. As we improve the quality of the materials that are going in the recycle bin, and we work with our partners at the MRFs to ensure that increases the value, obviously, in two ways. Number one, the materials do not get contaminated and they have a higher marketable value when they go on the market. The second thing is we're not processing something twice, right? If it shouldn't be in the bin and it comes in there, it's a negative value to us. Any trash that gets taken in, there's a negative value. So as we reduce contamination, we increase the value of the product. So we constantly work, and there's incentive for the MRF. It's less work for them and they have a better product. So we work with them, and we're currently working with them on the redesign of the Blue Bin program to ensure that the items that are going in are going to be recycled and that we have that transparency with our residents.
Great, and I'm sure a lot of people on the board would love to hear more on that, since that's something that I know is a big problem for us, and I know that as we shift again, right now that we're technically reopened as a state, we shifted from disposing of our trash and recycling at home to now back in a workplace again for a lot of us. So hoping that there's more that we'll see from your team and this contractor on public education efforts as we make another huge shift in our day-to-day activities. And so I don't think I have any more questions, but again, I appreciate the LACM team's work on this and your constant follow-up for me on all the items that I always ask about. So I appreciate it.
And the team reminded Martin and Ron on a regular basis of your comments. So we knew we had a deadline and we were going to meet it.
Well, you guys are 14 days ahead, so congratulations from the contract expiration. So, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner. And in addition to what Robert said regarding the price of the blended value of the materials, I have good news because the hardwood waste shed is making money right now. So the revenue, the price of the blended value is higher than the processing unit cost, $107. So that's we're making money for the last 2 months. It's not the case for the other waste sheds because we pay for transportation transloading, but that will offset the cost and some as the commodities go higher in price. So that's good news for for LACM and for the city.
Thank you for sharing that, Martin. That's great news, and hope to see that upward trajectory for the other waste sheds too. And that concludes questions and comments from me, President Good.
Thank you, Commissioner Calosa. That is excellent news, Mr. Ruiz. Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you, President Good, and thank you to the sanitation team for your thorough report. just have a few questions just for clarification for myself. You mentioned in your report that American Reclamation had a fire in 2019, and that is one of the reasons why they're not prepared to be able to take in this material. I did read that they did send over, I guess they have plans to rebuild. If you could just elaborate a little bit more on that.
Yes, they have plans to rebuild the facility upon the contract of the city. Otherwise, we don't have anything to show up the timeline. It was hard for us to follow the timeline of the construction. And also they have to be Recycla certified, which is also, it will be a challenge for them to meet.
Okay, so if they get are you saying, so that I understand, if they get a contract from the city, they would use some of those proceeds to rebuild their facility, and then they'd still have to be certified under our Recycla program? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Okay. I'm just wanting as much clarification as possible, since this is a $400 million contract, and seeing that we have CRNR in several other waste sheds. And I just wanted to be able to have just some, parity and just some additional information from you all. And just got a comment here, so it just took me off my train of thought. I apologize. And I wanted to ask also, how many other waste sheds does CRNR service right now? And if you have, just for educational purposes, cost amounts for them.
So CRNR currently services the 4 waste sheds that we're awarding them. So it's the identical area. So the
it's just the south. Okay, so it's
Southern
just that
area,
one.
Yes.
It's
West,
only
West
that
LA,
one.
North Central, South LA, and the Harbor. Those 4
Okay.
4 sheds. So it's the exact same footprint.
Okay, I didn't know if they had other waste sheds as well, and that's what I was asking about.
No, it's the exact same 4.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Commissioner, also it's important to remember, during the COVID-19, a lot of facilities shut down. A lot of recycling facilities shut down. Potential industries in the harbor continued operation because they already had the physical distancing. They have upgraded their facility in the last 3 to 4 years, so they were ready when the COVID hit. So they did not have to switch operation, did not have to implement physical distancing. So that really what put them above others. In this case, happened to be American Reclamation. In addition, some of the items that were claimed by American Reclamation, they're able to recycle, have told other cities who they service, is that they could not substantiate where that material was going. They will accept it, and then they send it to a landfill, which is not our tracking. We track when the material comes in, how much is separated, and what goes to the landfill. To close our mass balance, we really need all these 3 items. So that's what really set, in this case, potential CRNR above the rest.
Thank you. I appreciate that for context. I just know that they have a long, term relationship with the city, and they're not located in LA County. They're in San Bernardino. I don't have any problem, with something like that. I know that they also, use some of our food waste to turn into, some of their CNG, trucks for use. And those benefits don't stay here. But seeing that we don't have other potential contractors that are bidding on this work, this is what is before us. And so I just wanted to, just have a little bit more information in terms of, the background for American Reclamation, whether they're good or whether they're not, but I didn't know about, their context. And seeing here that, we have, as long as you have a long-term source of revenue, that long-term source of revenue benefits that company to be able to make improvements and to be able to do the, when you're faced with a pandemic, you're already set in place because you've had that stream of revenue for such a long time. And I was just wanting to get, for my educational purposes, the reasons why American Reclamation wasn't, viable, and seeing that they're just in, and I don't know anything about them. That's my disclaimer. But I just wanting to get, information, and seeing that they're probably not going to be in this line of work. Maybe, I don't know, for a long time. Seeing that it's, to be able to rebuild after your plant has is not in construction or is not viable right now, then I again just wanted this for information purposes for myself, and seeing that our I feel that at this board we see R&R pretty regularly, and that's why I was just wanting additional information, and just when you present here, just big picture of what that means for us, seeing that our tax dollars are are going towards this, and it's a big contract. And no, I don't know CRNR, and I don't know American Reclamation. I do know that CRNR does have a really good reputation, and that they continue to be a good partner for our city. Those are my comments.
This is a great point. I'm sorry, this is a great point, because what happened with CRNR is that they bid on this contract, but they gave it to Potential, who is located in the city. The Potential facility that we utilize is in the harbor. So it's actually, so.
I saw that, the transfer station,
No, the processing actually.
Oh, they're processing.
The processing happens in LA. The material is baled in LA and then goes to either the Port of Los Angeles or Long Beach to be shipped overseas. If the material, for example, if they have a glass, that material is separated at Potential and then could be sent to Vernon to processing for the glass. So if there's cardboard, it could also be separated here, either shipped overseas through the Port of Los Angeles, or it goes to Port Hueneme, or it goes to Ontario, the two mills remaining in the region. So you're right, CRNR has an outreach, and we always wonder why Potential, who's located in the city, never bid personally on it. They go through another entity to bid.
No more questions. I saw Mr. Jordan stretching out.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry about that.
I won't belabor this anymore. I appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you.
Commissioner Villegas, just wanted to clarify too. So when American Reclamation did propose, they do service other cities within the LA area, such as I know they mentioned like Burbank and Santa Monica and other cities like that. But as Martin mentioned, they did not have a facility for us to evaluate, and when we followed up with them later in the evaluation phase, they still did not have a facility. So whether or not they were waiting for our contract, I want to clarify that we weren't sure about that, as they do have other contracts in the city. So I did want to make a clarification on that point as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And the 50% maybe is the potential industry. So, a large amount of this money in the contract is going to potential industries, as well as transfer stations that CRNR is utilizing with this contract. CRNR is mainly doing the hauling portion from the transfer station to potential, as well as managing the contract itself. So wanted to make that point.
That helps. Thank you.
In LA. Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. I really appreciate the questions. I appreciate the approach with this contract. The sort of malleability relative to recycling markets, I think, is smart, necessary, and reflective of our current reality, and anticipatory of future realities. And so that flexibility, that built-in flexibility and dynamism, I think, is actually something that, in retrospect, is a no-brainer, but I think is really, really great thinking in terms of approach on this. a couple of just quick clarifying questions, really just for understanding. So on the transfer costs and the PIMR, what is PIMR? Remind me, please.
That's the potential industries
Thank
material
you.
recycling facility.
Thank you. Thank you.
Material,
That's
material
right.
recovery facility.
Thank you. So when we say 80% CPI, we're literally just saying it won't be the full CPI adjustment. It'll just be just short of it.
Right. For the PUC, we were able to negotiate 80% of that, not 100%.
That's good. That's great.
That's something.
Okay. That's great. The $1 per ton, per Commissioner Close's point, for contamination reduction efforts, that is not contingent on anything, correct? Is that just, that's locked in?
Yes, that would be per $1 per ton that gets recycled. So that does not include contamination.
Right, but
annually,
$1 per ton on $1 per ton if it is successfully sold.
yes.
Got it. Okay, so not $1 per ton if the markets tank again and we're not able to sell. They are off the hook on that $1 per ton.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was based on tonnage, yes.
Basically $1 per ton in the black.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Doctor. The last thing I just want to understand, the engineered municipal solid waste piece. Can you unlock or unpack that a bit?
So for that part, what they're planning on doing, instead of the contamination portion going to a landfill and disposing it, they're going to make it into some kind of like refuge-derived fuel that can then put into cement kilns as a fuel for cement kilns. So essentially a diversion from the landfill.
And then that will cost us $90 per ton?
That will be $90 per ton, yeah. So currently we pay with disposal and transfer of that material to a landfill that Crnr designates. That's about $50 or so that we pay. So the $90 per ton to use this engineered municipal solid waste is a little bit higher for us. So we put in, they offered that to us, but we said we will use it at our discretion. And then they said they'll use it at their capacity for us, so.
Look, that is, even in the event of contamination, in fact, in the event of contamination, that's still landfill avoidance. That to me is a worthy investment for sure. And it's almost like a catch-all in the event that the contamination efforts don't work or the anti-contamination efforts don't work. So I thought that was a very nice piece to add on here. All right,
And I would just like to add, President Good, Dr. Romano's statement earlier that the material that being put into the cement kiln, they have that high BTU content, which is very much needed in the processing of a kiln cement. So that's one of the reasons why they can use that.
Great, that's great. Well, sanitation folks know that I am a waste head, and I can talk about this for a long, long time, but we have a large agenda and my colleagues covered pretty much all the bases. So I will motion to move the item forward. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Knight, why don't we, given the scope of this contract, why don't we go ahead and do a roll call on this one?
Thank you, President. President Pro Tem Mike Davis?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Vice President Garcia?
Aye.
Commissioner Caloza?
Aye.
President Good?
Aye.
And Commissioner Villegas?
Aye.
Excellent. That is 5 ayes, and the motion is approved.
Fabulous. Mr. Knight, let's go ahead and move that forward forthwith.
Thank you.
All right. Dr. Romano, Mr. Milo, Mr. Ruiz, Mr. Potter, Mr. Halou, thank y'all very much for the comprehensive report and the exhaustive and successful work. So thank y'all very much. Let's get after it. Meanwhile, colleagues, friends, neighbors, and public, we are at exactly 12 o'clock in the p.m. We are going to take a brief recess till we will return at 12:05. So do what you need to do, and I'll see you back here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Wow. Here's some electricity somewhere. Oh, wow.
Okay, Mr. Knight, let's get it going. You want to reestablish quorum for us, please?
Certainly. Thank you, President Good. Commissioners Davis, Garcia, Caloza, Good, Villegas are present. We do have a quorum, and we are joined by City Attorney Representative Ted Jordan. I am TJ Knight, Assistant Executive Officer. And we are reconvening at 12:08 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Colleagues, let's start off at item number 1. Item number 1 is a task order solicitation, number 004G, SOMAS, pre-qualified on-call consultants list, Glendale Boulevard, Hyperion Avenue intersection improvement project. Recommending the board authorize the city engineer to issue the TOS SOMAS from the pre-qualified on-call bridge, civil engineering, and other design and support services consultants list to provide final plans, specifications, and estimate documents and right-of-way services for the Glendale Boulevard, Hyperion Avenue intersection improvement project, as stated in TOS number 004G, with a budget authority of $810,000, including contingent work order E700321D and C-134481. I see Ms. Lau on the screen. My hunch is she's here on the island.
Thank you, President Good. Good afternoon. My name is Shirley Lau with the Bureau of Engineering Bridge Improvement Division. This project before you today was awarded to the city through the 2015 Metro Call for Projects, and it is a vital improvement and augmentation to an existing bridge project named the Glendale Hyperion Complex of Bridges, which will be widening and retrofitting 6 connecting structures in the Atwater Village, Los Feliz, and Silver Lake areas. This project before you today will be providing intersection improvements that will alleviate the current traffic congestion at key intersections along the Glendale Boulevard and Hyperion Avenue transportation corridors. It also provides bike facilities that will enhance the bike network in the area. Also, traffic calming measures will ensure some safety for the pedestrians and bicyclists. The project's goal is to improve traffic operations and this multimodal circulation along these corridors. And I do want to bring your attention to figure number 1, which is a map on page 2 of the board report, which better explains the connection of all these projects that I just mentioned. So in the pink color on the map is the federally funded widening and retrofit of the Glendale Hyperion complex of bridges. The report before you today is for the intersection improvements, which is in the green color, which goes beyond the bridge project in all directions. And in the blue are existing bike facilities that does not currently connect, and we're hoping to connect all these projects together in the bike network together. And essentially, in 2015, the Bureau of Engineering, we leveraged the bridge project that is in pink to secure this project that is in green for the intersection improvements, and we were awarded almost $7 million in the Metro grant. So this report is to request issuance of the task order to take the project from its current pre-design and environmental phase to completion of the design with 100% construction documents so we can go to construction. BOE issued this task to all 30 firms on their pre-qualified on-call bridge and civil engineering consultants list. 2 firms responded, both were interviewed, and both proposals were reviewed by BOE staff and the project team. SOMIS's proposal and interview was ranked number 1, and they demonstrated seamless coordination among the various disciplines needed in order to successfully deliver this project. And they had an intimate understanding of the community's concerns. BOE recommends acceptance of SOMIS's negotiated proposal in the amount of $731,630 and with a contingency of $78,370 for a total budget authority of $810,000 for this task order. Though this project is funded by Metro, there is a potential for the funding of construction to be swapped to federal funding. Therefore, the Bureau elected to use this bridge and civil engineering on-call list, which was procured under the federal procedures and guidelines. So for this task, we are using the Department of Transportation's, U.S. Department of Transportation's requirements for disadvantaged business enterprise participation. The goal for the contract is at 8%, and SOMIS is pledging 8.88%. There is no impact to the general fund for this project, and the Bureau requests the board to approve the recommendations set forth in this report. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lau. Let's open this up. Colleagues, President Pro Tem Davis, any questions?
Thank you so much, Mrs. Lau, for the great report. I wanted to better understand the rationale for our deciding to use federal dollars. Is it because a portion of the construction project in and of itself has federal dollars, therefore we are compelled to federal regulations as a result of that?
Yes, there is a potential that the construction of this project will be federal dollars.
Right.
And that is the reason why we are using the bridge on-call consultant contract for the design that follows the federal guidelines and procurement procedures.
Great, I think that's good. Now, additionally, when you have color-coded the green area, that is the area that the TOS is directly impacting in terms of this contract. Is that correct? The
Yes,
green.
That is correct. The green is for this report before you, which is for bike facilities and other intersection improvements along the green areas. And the complex of bridges is in the pink.
Great. I think it's a great project in terms of the connectivity of each of the forms of transportation. And the connecting is what we always hope will occur in transportation projects. So I love the design and support the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you, President Good, and thank you, Ms. Lau, for your presentation. I don't have any questions. I thought it was very thorough. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Vice President Garcia.
Thank you, President Good. Thank you, Shirley, for your report. You always do such a great job making sure that we understand the process and all of this. Shirley, quick question. There is the current bridge that is there. Was that the one that was like a temporary basis?
So I believe you're referring to the red car pedestrian bridge. Is that the pedestrian bridge you're?
Yes.
Yeah, so that is actually a little section of the red, which kind of goes north-south from in the pink. And so we had built that already, and it is on a permanent basis. We have requested Caltrans to allow us to keep that there permanently rather than having it as a temporary measure. So that is a permanent structure.
Okay,
Yes.
I did not know that. I remember it was temporary, and so now, good to hear that. Just another quick question on your graph, and thank you for doing this. It really, spells out what you have going on there, and so I'm excited that the bike lines that we are currently in the process of delivering right now will be added, and you'll have a connection. So, but let me ask you about that the yellow line that I see kind of all around, and it's going through like homes. What is that?
Oh, yes. The yellow is basically just the boundaries of the project. If you see, there are 3 yellow circles. Those are the intersections that we're highlighting as part of this green color project. So we just kind of we circled it in yellow just for clarity on the intersection that we're working on. Okay, there's actually 4 circles. I'm sorry, there's 4 circles.
Yeah, I see 4. Okay, good. I was worried that we might be doing something else and it's going to cross through homes and go through that process. Okay, I don't have any other questions. You're very thorough, like always, Shirley, and that's all for me.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Vice President Garcia. Commissioner Plaza.
Thank you, President Good. Thank you for your report, Ms. Lau, and for piecing together this complicated web of intersections here for this project. I don't have any questions for you. You briefed me ahead of time on this project. I just want to echo my thanks and appreciation to you and your team for the advanced planning of doing DBE work, knowing and anticipating that we're likely to get federal funding in place. And I think that advanced planning is always helpful for us to plan for so that we don't have to go back and redo that work after we get those dollars. And we know that the federal funding in place, or hopefully in place, is really critical to delivering these really large bridge improvement projects. So thanks for your work on this, Ms. Lau, and I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Closa.
Thanks, Commissioner Closa. Yeah, I'd echo that. Smart, anticipatory planning. I guess that's what planning is. That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, thanks for the map that really crystallizes the impact and the import of this project. That's really great and great for that community. So, Commissioner Closa, you have a motion to move this forward?
So moved.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Any concerns or questions, Garcia or Villegas? All right, hearing none, the item is adopted forthwith. Thank you so much, Shirley. Thanks for your patience and have a great afternoon, okay?
Thank you, President.
Thank you. All right, staying with BOE, we'll go to item number 2. Street closure extension, Willow Street between Anderson Street and Mission Road, 6th Street Viaduct Replacement Project right-of-way, map number 33746. Recommending the board authorize the city engineer to extend the closure of a portion of Willow Street between Anderson Street and Mission Road through December 2022 for purposes related to the construction of the 6th Street Viaduct Replacement Project, work order E700224L, and this was continued from its original place on the agenda on the board meeting from Friday, June 11, 2021, also last week. So Janelle Parra is with us from BOE. Hello, Ms. Parra.
Good afternoon, President Good. Good afternoon, Commissioners, City Attorney Jordan, fellow city personnel, and guests. May I present my screen?
Hi, Janelle. TJ Knight, Assistant Executive Officer. I just made you co-host, so when you share screen, we should be able to see what you're presenting.
Okay, Thank you. Okay. The City of Los Angeles is replacing the demolished 6th Street Bridge right here. 6th Street Viaduct over the Los Angeles and 101 freeway, primarily for 3 reasons: because of its bad condition, to correct geometric deficiencies, and to widen to accommodate vehicular as well as bicyclists and pedestrians. And to demolish and reconstruct this wider viaduct, we needed to acquire many parcels. One of the largest acquisitions done by BOE are these parcels right here. We call it 16F, and this area 16TC. We acquired it through a settlement agreement under Council File 11-1789-S5. Along with that is the use of this area for construction staging through June 30th, 2021. Prior to the start of the project, the property owner is utilizing this whole area for parking of its truck and trailers. With the use of the city of this and the acquisition of this, the property owner requested for the use of Willow Street as a replacement parking. And so with transmittal number 3, the board authorized the city engineer to close Willow Street from Mission Road up to about 100 feet west of Anderson Street. Due to project delays and limited construction staging area available within the project area, the contractor is still actively using this portion for construction staging. And with that, the contractor is basically requesting for an extension of the temporary construction easement and negotiating directly with the property owner in order to use it up until December 2022. And the property owner requested for the continued use of Willow Street in order to have replacement parking. So the call to action for the board is for the board to approve the continued closure of Willow Street from Mission Road up to about 100 feet west of Anderson Street. Thank you. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Parra. President Pro Tem Davis, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you very much for a thorough report on this item. I don't really have any questions or inquiries. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mike. Commissioner Villegas?
Thank you, President Good. Thank you, Ms. Parra, for your presentation. Thanks for showing us the map and all the locations. It's good for us just to be able to see what areas you're talking about. I don't have any questions either. It was thorough. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas.
Vice President Garcia?
Thank you, President Good. I don't have any questions. I was briefed on this too, and your report is really thorough. So thank you, Ms. Parra, for your report.
You're welcome, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Commissioner Colosa?
Thank you for your report, Ms. Parra. I don't have any questions as well. Your team briefed me on this item. And for those of you who may not be around this area often, for the 6th Street project, they did take down a lot of the false work, so you'll get to see a lot of the arches, especially if you're on the 101, and it looks really beautiful. So excited to see how this project continues to head towards completion, which I know we're all very excited for, and this closure is obviously a key part in the completion of this project. So thanks, Ms. Parra. Mr. Jimenez as well, who's not here, and the entire 6th Street Viaduct team led by Julie Allen, and of course, Gary Leemore. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Calosa.
Thank you, Commissioner Calosa. Yeah, I have no questions either. Ms. Parra, thank you for the report. The briefing with you and Mr. Jimenez was excellent, and I will take a motion to move the item forward.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Calosa. Dr. Davis, I'll take yours as a second. Any questions or concerns, Villegas or Garcia? All right, hearing none, the item is adopted forthwith. Thank you very much, Joe.
Thank you, President Good.
All right, folks, let's move to item number 3. Item number 3 is in CD6. This is a memorandum of agreement, cost-sharing commitment for the second phase of the Los Angeles groundwater replenishment project. Recommending the board, 1, approve and forward this report with the transmittal to the mayor for authority to execute the proposed memorandum of agreement between the Bureau of Sanitation and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power regarding LADWP's cost-sharing commitment for the second phase of the Los Angeles groundwater replenishment project, and 2, authorize the president or 2 members of the Board of Public Works and the director of the Bureau of Sanitation to execute the memorandum of agreement upon the mayor's authorization. Work order SZD 11259. Ryan, are you here for this item?
Yes, sir, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Dia. How are you?
Very good, sir. Good afternoon, President Good, commissioners, executive officers.
Ryan, just 1 second. I'm sorry to interrupt. We do have a speaker card on.
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Mr. Knight. I forgot about that. Forgive me.
Thank you.
So, would you like to hear the speaker now before the presentation of President Good?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, I'm
Excellent.
sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead with the speaker.
Dr. Williams.
After the presentation.
Excuse me?
After the presentation. Elsewise, I have no information that may be provided during the presentation. I've been on this line for 2.5 hours waiting.
President Good, it's your call whether you take the comment before or after. The agenda description is sufficient to put the public on notice, and so you can do it either way.
I appreciate that and agree. Dr. Williams, please go ahead with your comment, please.
Okay, public comments regarding item number 3. Number 1, get the LADWP to commit to direct potable reuse, because groundwater replenishment is vital to all direct potable reuse, DPR. It also supplies indirect potable reuse. But the first thing is get the groundwater replenishment project to accept the direct potable reuse waters provided by the sewage treatment plants after 10 o'clock in the evening till 6 or 7 a.m. the following Monday. Elsewise, you're going to impact badly the DPR facilities. So highly recommend that this be amended so that you actually talk about the direct potable reuse. I've only been waiting for about 50 years for direct potable reuse that we did in Monterey Bay, and that was being done by Water Factory 21 in Orange County. If they can do it, we can do it. And especially now, are we going to replenish with direct potable reuse water rather than screwing around with indirect potable reuse? That's all. Thank you. And I've been on this line for 2.5 hours. Thank God I have some understanding for infrastructure. Thank you.
Mr. Thiat.
Thank you. Thanks for the comment, Dr. Tom Williams. Good afternoon, President Good, Commissioners, Executive Officers, City Attorney Ted Jordan, and Bureau Representative. My name is Ryan Thea. I'm the Assistant Division Manager of the Wastewater Engineering Services Division of the LA Sanitation and Environment. I'm the project manager for this project. So this item is for the implementation of the Advanced Water Purification Facility at Donald C. Tillman Water Reclamation Plant, or we call it DCT. The DCT is one of the 4 plants that city owns and operates, and it is located in Encino and Van Nuys neighborhood. So as a part of Executive Directive 5 and 25, in order to reduce the reliance on the import of water from Colorado River as well as from Eastern Sierra, LA Sanitation and LA Water and Power is working to increase the availability of local water resources. One of the resources is the advanced treated water from our water reclamation facilities. So with that, this project will bring additional 19 million gallons per day of highly advanced treated water for the Angelinos. In addition to the state-of-the-art treatment technology that includes microfiltration, reverse osmosis, UV, and advanced oxidation process, the advanced treated water will go through hundreds of feet of swell medium, which we call swell aquifer treatment, through the surface spreading at Hanson Spreading Grounds, which is located about 45 miles away from Donald C. Tillman Water Reclamation Plant. The MOA, which I will cover shortly, the LA Sanitation will design...
Dr. Williams, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ryan. Dr. Williams, would you kindly press *6 to mute your phone? We're getting sound bleed into the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, TJ. Thanks, Dr. Williams. So let me go back to where I left off. Sanitation will design, construct, and manage and operate.
Ryan, one more second. Dr. Williams, can you please mute your phone?
Can't we mute phones from our control center?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, we should do that.
You should. TJ, as the meeting administrator, I believe you have the ability to mute.
I've gone to the button that says more, and I can put people in a waiting room. Oh, you're right. Yes.
There
I found it. Sorry about that.
Yes, thank you.
Really sorry about that, Ryan, but I was not going to have you interrupted by whatever. Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thanks, TJ. So let me see where I was. Okay. So LA Sanitation will design, construct, manage, and operate the Advanced Water Purification Facility, and will deliver the water to LADWP for their customers' use. In return, LA Water and Power will reimburse LA San for all the costs associated with this water reclamation effort. Currently, the project is at early design phase, and it is going through design builder selection through the RFP process. The project will be awarded to a design build team sometime in January 2022. The design is expected to be completed by spring of 2023, and construction will be completed by the end of 2025. So the agreement in front of the board today is for LADWP to contribute the design cost of the water reclamation, advanced water purification facility, and other associated costs for the implementation of the groundwater recharge program. The items to share the cost include the design of the advanced water purification facility, which is about $23.7 million, contingency, $7 million, pre-order of the treatment equipment, $35 million, and the construction of the additional warehouse building, which is equal to about $2.3 million, with a total cost of $68.16 million. With that, this concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you, President Good, and thank you for that report. I don't have any questions. I know this has been in the works for some time. Glad that we're going through the design phase and that you'll be able to get a design build contractor hopefully by the beginning of next year. Just aligns with our Green New Deal benchmark. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Commissioner Villegas. Commissioner Colosa.
Thank you, President Good. And thank you for your report, Mr. Thea. In terms of so I can understand this correctly, I apologize given some of the interruptions. So the piece of this that DWP would benefit from will only cost $68 million out of the $451 million for the construction budget. Is that correct?
So thanks for the question, Commissioner. So we're going piece by piece for the whole program. So initially we have 3 MOAs that cover close to $90 million for the initial planning and design for related facilities. So this is one piece of the puzzle. So as we move on into construction, we're going to have another MOA with water and power to pay for the construction, also for the operation cost of the program. So if you add all these up, it will probably come up to the total cost that was previously approved by the LESN executives and also with the water and power.
Okay, that's good to know because that was my question. I was just doing the math and I was like, wait, what about the rest of the $383 million in this construction cost to us here? So I mean, that's it. I appreciate LADWP's partnership and funding to make sure that we're reinvesting in what will be a public good for everybody. And as it relates to the funding in place from the LA Sand side, because it sounds like, you're all going to be reimbursed on a quarterly basis. On this, as you all have the cash flow to keep up with these large dollar figures that you're all going to be front funding before reimbursement?
Yes, for the design portion of the project, we do have the cash flow figure out. So we're going to have initial reimbursement, at most likely at the award of the contract that will cover the first 3 months of the payments. And after that, we will have a balanced cash flow between how much we receive and how much we expend throughout the design process. For the construction, looking ahead, a couple of years from now, we'll have a different payment structure because it is tied to the loan that we're applying from the US EPA, Water Infrastructure Innovation Grant. So there's a payment plan associated with that. So we're still working on that portion of it. But overall, our goal is to have a balanced cash flow for this whole project.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. And I know this is a lot of paperwork for this project, right? We're creating a lot of invoicing. So maybe this is a piece we don't have to exacerbate here, but I would like to know what the plan is on the accounting side of this, knowing that this is a lot of invoices that are going to come in and what plans we're creating to make sure that infrastructure is in place on the back end, knowing that, this is just for this MOA alone, $68 million worth of invoicing that you're going to be submitting on a quarterly basis, right?
Yes, thanks for the question, Commissioner. So for the logistics, we have had previous MOAs that we've kind of used as the basis. So for sanitation, we will provide quarterly, reimbursements or invoice to water and power, summarizing all the activities that took place the quarter before, also the expenditures that we incur. So as a PM myself, I have to review all that and kind of translate it into a format that water and power can review and process the payment every quarter. So we do have a system in place. It is not as simple, but it is the best that we have that worked out between the two entities at this point. And for the other upcoming MOAs, it may be a little bit different because the source of the money is also a little bit different.
Okay, and maybe that's a piece I know the accounting office is under the board, of course, and so maybe that's a piece we can work on. I just meant like how we make sure that we help you all out with what we know is going to be increased amount of work for this project. But I don't have any further questions on this. Again, I appreciate DWP's partnership in this, and thank you, Mr. Thea, for your team's work on this really important project.
Thank you, Commissioner.
President Pro Tem Davis.
Thank you, Brian, for a great report, and very happy to see us doing the planning for this contract in terms of design and to be able to achieve the milestone that we have set in terms of long-term planning. Could you help me understand specifically, as we collaborate with DWP, what the specific task will be that will be produced from the collaboration with SAN and LA Department of Water and Power in this project?
Thank you, Commissioner. So the last 5 years and even more, they have been a part of the planning process. So we went through a lot of pilot studies. We went through benchmarks. We went through a lot of testing and monitoring. So they provided technical oversight, review, collaboration. They have their own in-house and consultant resources that they can supplement to our previous studies. So moving forward, looking at the RFP evaluation itself, they are part of the evaluation committee because we're 50-50 partnership. So they're going to provide input and recommendations on that part. Now moving on into the design phase, they're going to provide design review, schedule review. We're going to look at the cost-benefit analysis as we move up, whether if it makes sense to pursue this route. We're going to make those collective decisions as we move along. So they're basically providing everything except the project management and fund management that LA Sanitation is tasked with. So we do, however, have a lot more, technical and background information because we are the city charter operating department for these wastewater treatment facilities. So we are taking a little bit more of a lead role, but for this engineering, design review, construction, it's going to be almost equation 50-50 partnership in terms of contribution.
Will our collaboration result in a targeted goal of more increased recycled water, even though we're providing the leadership?
Yes, sir. The goal is to, increase the return on investment, which will come in the form of reduced costs or increased groundwater recharge volume that we can provide. So we're looking at other additional sources of water coming through Donald C. Tillman water recognition plants. Since we're located upstream of the Hyperion, we want to be able to take everything we can, produce it there. Instead of letting the water flow downhill, then you have to pump up all the way up. So that's another collaboration that we're working with Water and Power to find additional sources of the flow as well.
So as a result of this particular contract, will it help to construct a facility that will help to expand the resources that we're able to produce in terms of increasing recycled water in our network, in our utility? Is that pretty accurate?
That is accurate. We look at the cost of water, imported water, from outside of the state, and we look at the water that we produce here on site. They come in pretty much the same, which is the reason why we're investing in the local water resources.
So is it our hope that through this production and this collaboration that we will help to decrease our need on external water in our area? Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. That is the main goal.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. All right.
President Good.
Sorry, Vice President Garcia. Okay.
That's okay. I have a quick question. It's just my question's really quick. My colleagues did a great job in answering a lot of the technical and partnership questions. Given that this is based on the Tillman plant, Ryan, once we've already recycled the water and we have, I think you stated, high quality recycled water, what will be used? What would that water be used for?
Great question.
Thank you. So the water will be used for spreading. It will be spread at the nearby spreading ground, Hanson spreading ground. So it will be mixed with other sources of water, such as stormwater, perhaps even the imported water. So we are working with the regulators to see what is the ratio of blend that we can inject into that system with other water sources and what is effective and safe for public use down the line. So that's another piece of the equation as well. But ultimate goal is to be able to pump the water up and use it for consumers down the line. And our final goal is to be able to get to direct potable use, reuse, as Dr. Tom Williams mentioned. That requires additional process and additional work, so it is in the horizon as well.
Got it. Okay. When do we foresee that we can expect for that water to be turned into, so that we can spread, like, for example, you mentioned Hansen Dam, right? When do we expect for that to actually come into it? Because it'd be nice to celebrate that. I'm thinking about that, how nice it would be to celebrate that. Hey, we completed this whole project and look at it. We're now, watering the grounds in Hansen Dam.
Thank you for the question. So the construction should be completed by the end of 2025. So that's when we can turn on the valve and let the water flow to the spreading ground. But however, the water goes through the soil layers and it stays there for about at least a year or so. Sometimes it could take up to 5 years until it reaches the pumping plant in the dump gradient. So it may take some time for us to be able to take the water out and use it, but it's there for our use in the future. As soon as we release it to the spreading ground.
Got it. Thank you so much, Ryan. You did a great job in answering all of our questions. I don't have anything else, President Good.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Thank you all for your questions. Pretty much covered everything. This is an exciting project, sort of in corollary to the Advanced Water Purification facility project at Hyperion, working to achieve almost identical aims and crucial to the future of the region. So this is exciting and great that DWP is continuing to be our great partner in this. So thank you, Mr. Thea. Do I have a motion to move the item forward? Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Take seconds from President Pro Tem Davis and Commissioner Villegas. Any concerns or objections, Commissioner Calosa? Okay, hearing none, the item is adopted forthwith. Thank you, Ryan, very much for the excellent presentation.
Thank you all. Thank you.
All right. Okay, folks, let's move now to item number 4. Item number 4 is interesting. It's the annexation of property. County of Los Angeles Consolidated Sewer Maintenance District, recommending the board approve and forward this report along with the transmittal to the mayor and city council with the recommendation that the city council approve the resolution granting consent and jurisdiction to the County of Los Angeles for the inclusion of property located at 4671 Worth Street within the County of Los Angeles Consolidated Sewer Maintenance District for the purpose of sewer service charge only. Who is with us on this item today?
That would be myself, Renee.
Hi, Renee. How are you?
And Augustine as well. I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Good. Good. I'm not seeing. Where's Augustine?
He's in the meeting.
I trust you here, Augustine. Renee, you're on the case.
Yes, I am here.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. All right. Please proceed, Renee.
Alrighty. Thank you, President Good. Good afternoon, President Good, Vice President Garcia, Pro Tem Davis, Commissioner Calosa, Commissioner Villegas, Assistant Executive Officer TJ Knight, City Attorney Ted Jordan, fellow city colleagues, and if there are any general public, welcome. My name is Renee Begege, and I'm representing the Bureau of Sanitation Financial Management Division. So the agenda item is the resolution to authorize the annexation to the County of Los Angeles Consolidated Sewer Maintenance District of the property located at 4671 Worth Street for the purpose of sewer service charge collection only. So the recommendation, as President Good stated, is to approve this report and forward it along with the transmittal to the mayor and city council. There is no general fund fiscal impact for this, and the transmittal includes the proposed resolution. So the importance and the discussion here we have today is the developer of a property 4671 Worth Street near Valley Boulevard in East Los Angeles and adjacent to the city limit intends to connect a warehouse that is under construction to a sewer in Worth Street. Just to clarify, if you don't know the area, this is going to be west of Cal State LA. And so this property sits on the border within City of LA, but going south, and the sewer that is south of the property would be County of LA jurisdiction. So a review, and also mentioning the warehouse, this warehouse will be housing the LAPD evidence warehouse, and right now the city is in escrow to purchase both the southern portion of the property and northern portion of the property for public works, just to give you a background. A review of sewer connection for the property indicates that the property's nearest city-owned LA sanitation sewer is approximately 2,000 feet away, and connecting to it would require going around a building and constructing under the railroad tracks. I believe it's the Southwest Railroad tracks. So connecting to the LA Sand sewer would therefore not be practical. The county sewer will convey the wastewater to a Los Angeles County Sanitation District treatment facility, resulting in no cost to LA Sanitation. The County of Los Angeles Consolidated Sewer Maintenance District cannot collect the related sewer fees because the property is physically located in the City of Los Angeles, where the district has no jurisdiction. The district is annexing the property to provide a way for the district to collect the sewer service charges directly from the property owners. It is more economical for the district to collect the sewer service charges from the property than it would be for LA San, since it is not feasible to connect to a LA San owned sewer, which is 2,000 feet away, and mentioning again, going under railroad tracks. This annexation, so the district has indicated that the City of LA Council must adopt the attached resolution before the County of LA can proceed with the proposed annexation for the purpose of sewer service charges only. The annexation of this property to the district will not result in an exchange of property tax revenue pursuant to Section 99 of the Revenue and Taxation Code. That concludes my presentation. I'm ready for any questions if Augustine would like to add anything additionally.
Thank you, Renee. All right, Commissioner Villegas, you want to start us off?
Sure, I'll start us off. Thank you, President Good, and thank you, Mr. Bagege. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes, I actually mispronounced it when I said it, but it's Bagaigai. So I actually...
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Is this your first time at the board?
This is my first time, so it's great. It's great being here with all of you all. Maybe next time in person, that'll be awesome.
Yeah, well, job well done. Thank you very much. I'm really familiar with this project. This project just on Worth Street. This is the LAPD, I guess, like storage area that we're gonna be building. That a developer is going to be building for us, and then it'll be turned over to the city. This is the same project that we're going to be losing a lot of trees just on that street, and we had the developer agree to put some of those trees into the footprint of the parking lot and some in their north area. I think that they're still in acquisition phase. Interesting to hear just the sewer line issue, which is not major, but thank you for that. I don't have any questions. It's been just a good collaboration and just seeing that we were able to partner with LA County, save us some money, additional trenching and all that kind of stuff. Going through Underground Railroad would not be fun. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Vice President Garcia?
Thank you, President Good. Where did you go? Renee, just to kind of put this in simple forms. So there's a building that's located in our city, but it's, in order for them to connect to the sewer, it's 2,000 feet away. So it's more feasible for them to connect to the district, and the district is the LA County Sanitation District Treatment Facility.
Yes. So just to be clear, thank you for your question, Commissioner Garcia. Just to be clear, in simple terms that we are recommending, because it's feasible, to connect to the LA County Consolidated Maintenance Division, which is the LA County Department of Public Works, which will then convey the wastewater sewage to LA County Sanitation through that sewer line, because connecting to our sewer lines would not be feasible going under railroad tracks, and it's about 2,000 feet away.
Got it. And so let me just ask you one last clarifying question for my clarity. So it says here that LA San will not collect sewer service charges. So who's gonna collect that? The district?
Yes, in terms of the sewer service charges, it would be LACSD. But because the city will be purchasing this after speaking to a representative at LACSD, this would be non-for-profit because it would be housing the LAPD evidence warehouse, so there would be no sewer charges collected on this when LA San, or when the city purchases and the LAPD evidence warehouse.
So we're purchasing, the city is purchasing the building.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and it's gonna be housed by LAPD. Okay. Okay, that makes it clear to me. And so therefore the sewer charge, there will be no sewer charges because it's going into the district, right? And LA County is not going to charge us anything?
That's correct.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
Okay, that is now clarified for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. President Pro Tem Davis?
Yes, thank you for the report, Renee, and no further questions from me on this particular item.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Commissioner Colosa.
Thank you, President Good. I don't have any questions on this item. I thought your report was clear, and that, I appreciate Vice President Garcia's and additional explanation from Commissioner Villegas on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Colosa. So perhaps I'm the dense one here. I still have a question. So what exactly is the county annexing?
To connect, it's for the purpose of connecting to the sewer service charge only. And so in terms of the transmittal, which should be attached, if I can present my screen, I can show you the portion. And because it's going to be south of Worth Street.
So it's the property above which our sewer line travels to theirs.
It would be connecting to the county sewer line.
Right, and so
the annexation
what are we actually sort of, and I'm comfortable with that. I'm just curious, like, what are we actually giving them in terms of annexation? They're like they're taking our property, for lack of a better way to put it, for the purposes of charging this, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the actual property on Worth Street?
Yes, it's the property south of Worth Street, yes. Or, north of Worth Street.
Okay.
So in order to connect to the LA County sewer line, this approval of the transmittal and the annexation is required from City Council pursuant to Section 4895 of the Health and Safety Code.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm good. Do I have? Thank you, Mr. And good job on your first visit to the board. Appreciate it. Do I have a motion to move the item?
So move.
Renee, you inspired great enthusiasm there. I'll take the motion from Vice President Garcia. Do I have a second? I'll take a second from Commissioner Villegas. Any objections, Colosa or Davis?
No objections from me.
All right. Hearing no objections, the item is adopted forthwith. Thank you, Renee. And good
Thank you. Thank you, President Good, and go Dodgers.
Yes, for sure. All right. Thank you, sir. Okay, folks, let's go to item number 5. Item number 5 is removal of uncollectible industrial wastewater fee balances older than 3 years old and less than $5,000. Recommending the board forward this report to the Collections Board of Review and request that it authorize the Director of the Bureau of Sanitation and the Director of the Office of Accounting to administratively remove from their accounts receivables and other city records the delinquent industrial wastewater fee balances that are less than $5,000, older than 3 years, and owed by industrial users with inactive industrial wastewater permits for a total of $112,705.76. Ms. Alvarez, are you here on this item?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioner Good, for the introduction, and good afternoon, Board Commissioners, City Attorney, and Department representatives. Again, my name is Amarlita Alvarez from the LA Sanitation Industrial Waste Management Division. So for this board report, the board is requested for the approval for the removal of the uncollectible industrial wastewater fee balances older than 3 years old and less than 5,000. This board report requests the list of delinquent accounts included in the report to be forwarded to the Collections Board of Review to authorize LA Sanitation and Office of Accounting to write off these uncollectible delinquent accounts. These accounts are for industrial users that have inactive industrial wastewater permits for reasons such as business closure of the business or business has change of ownership. And these accounts are for invoices that are 3 or more years delinquent. These accounts have been referred to the primary collection agency, and when returned and collected, they are again referred to as secondary collection agency, and they are returned and collected. Additionally, Industrial Waste Management Division, we have a payment plan in place to assist the industrial users to make installment payments in smaller amounts. Industrial Waste Management Division has exempted all to collect these accounts. Given that these permits are inactive and also the invoices are out of the 3-year statute of limitations, billing guidelines require that these uncollectible delinquent accounts be submitted to the Collections Board of Review for approval to write off. And just repeating, the total amount requested for the write-off is $112,705.76 for 468 invoices of 120 permits. The board is requested to approve this report for the write-off of these accounts. That concludes my summary, and I'm available for questions, if any.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarez. All right, colleagues, any questions? Vice President Garcia?
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you for your report.
Thank you. President Pro Tem Davis?
No questions for me either. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Colosa?
I don't have any questions on this item. Thank you for your report, Ms. Alvarez.
Thank you. And Commissioner Villegas?
I don't have any questions either. Appreciate the report. Thank you.
Ditto. Thank you, Ms. Alvarez, for the excellent report. I have no questions. This makes sense. And appreciate the report. So I'll motion to move the item forward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Garcia, Colosa, Villegas, any concerns? All right, hearing no concerns or objections, the item is adopted forthwith. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
All right, that brings us to item 6. This is a memorandum of understanding, hydration station installation and retrofits, public right of way. Recommending the board authorize the Bureau of Street Services to enter into an MOU with the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power to accept cost reimbursement for the installation of hydration stations within the public right of way. And 2, authorize the president or 2 members of the Board of Public Works to execute the MOU upon adoption of this report. It looks like Mr. Oishi is with us here today on this item. Good morning or good afternoon, Lance.
Good afternoon, President Good and the rest of the commissioners. Lance Oishi with the Bureau of Street Services here, and I'm going to try to make this short and sweet since we've been in this meeting for a bit here. We're requesting authority to execute this memorandum of understanding with the Department of Water and Power to be reimbursed for any hydration stations we might install. And this MOU is actually retroactive because we have installed one hydration station to date. And by signing this MOU or executing this MOU, the Bureau of Street Services will be able to receive a reimbursement of $10,000 for that first hydration station. The Bureau intends to pursue additional hydration stations adjacent to our automated public toilets, upwards of 14 or so right now in the near future. We are currently partnering also with Climate Resolve to install a second hydration station out in the valley. And so again, we'd be able to achieve or receive that $10,000 reimbursement if we are able to execute this MOU. And so really, it just formalizes our relationship with the Department of Water and Power to participate in their what they call their hydration station incentive program. And it's in a program that the DWP started up in response to the mayor's New Green Deal. And so, again, we want to be able to take advantage of this and receive reimbursement through the Department of Water and Power to do this. And so that's the purpose of this MOU. And that basically concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Thank you, Mr. Oishi. Colleagues, we'll open it up. President Pro Tem Davis?
No inquiry for me on this item.
Thank you, sir. Vice President Garcia?
I have a question, Lance. Thank you for your report. So the hydration station, what do they do? I'm sorry to ask a very basic question.
Not a problem. No, it's really a drinking fountain with a bottle filler. And that's why we call it a hydration station, because, you know, back in the day, you would just call it a drinking fountain. But what we found actually is that having a bottle filler is also very effective because so many people carry around bottles nowadays. And actually, there's a preference for folks to use a bottle filler because there's nothing to touch there. If everything's automated, the water just drops out from a faucet into your bottle. So it's much more sanitary from that perspective. And so, yeah, that's what it is. And I forgot to mention one thing, too, is that our contractor, the reason why we're establishing these next to our shelters and our automated toilets is because we're able to get our contractor, our transit shelter contractor, to maintain these for us, which is really important. So because they have crews going out there to our toilets every day, they're able to go out there and wipe them down, disinfect the units, and then run the water to make sure the water stays fresh all the time. And so we hope to, again, expand this as we move into our next iteration of our transit furniture program. And, you know, again, provide these services citywide.
And just a follow-up question on that. So you'll be putting these hydration stations, water fountains, into places that already have, that we have the sanitation area, right? Like the...
Right, like a toilet or something like that.
The toilet, right. So are you putting them in all of them? Is there an identification of some? And then my other question is, we also have the mobile pit program within our board. Will you also align that? I'm just not sure how many hydration stations are coming our way, I guess is the big question.
So short term, we're looking at a total of 14 because we have a total of 14 public toilets.
Got it.
And the reason why we're looking at a total of 14 is because we are taking advantage of the potable water that's already present at the public toilet system. Otherwise, we'd have to pay for a brand new water meter where we put these in, and the water meter itself costs $5,000. So, you know, DWP giveth and DWP taketh, right? Taketh away. And so it's that type of situation. We're trying to take advantage of our existing utilities. And again, you know, if we're able to expand that, install additional public toilets, then we will do that.
Okay, that's fair. Good clarity on that. I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much, Lance, and that's all for me, President Good.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Commissioner Calosa?
Thank you, President Good. Thank you for your report, Mr. Oishi, on this, and it's supposed to be a DWP day for us as we're hearing a lot of items that involve them giving us funding, which we always appreciate. And so just to clarify a little bit, and I think this is such a great expansion and convergence of so many programs. I was going to ask you about the operations and maintenance. I'm glad that you mentioned that. And I know Commissioner Garcia asked additional questions there too. And so if these are only going to be at the 14 locations that you mentioned associated with where we already have public toilets, does that mean that the other monies that DWP set aside for these will be installed by themselves or through other partners? Because I know in the board report, I think it says that they had allocated an additional $4.2 million for this program.
Right. So, great question. And the program actually is available to just any city department. And the rebate actually that the Water and Power is offering up is $5,000 for an indoor hydration station and $10,000 for an outdoor hydration station. We understand that the Department of Recreation and Parks has an MOU with DWP for the same program, as does the Department of General Services. And in fact, General Services installed, I believe, about a half a dozen or more hydration stations already, primarily in the Skid Row area, through the mayor's office, being the coordinator for that. Again, one of the challenges there is that they're now looking for a maintenance entity to take care of those drinking fountains out there that GSD's installed. But that's a whole nother story. We have our own program. We want to be able to take advantage of this. We understand that there may be other city departments that may take advantage of this. And again, it's open to anybody. So as long as you're part of the city family. So whether it's the Harbor Department or anybody else that may, Water and Power, airports or whoever may have a need to put additional hydration stations to that effect, they can draw down on that, additional monies. And, the Water and Power will offer those monies until that amount runs out and then the program comes to an end.
Yeah, that's really helpful to know, and glad that DWP is providing that incentive for the city family to do. So I was wondering where that matched up, because we would have, if you guys have 14, it's about $140,000. And so just a question on the cost. I know the rebate for $10,000, does it match up, or are we having to pay out anything from the Streets LA and for the cost to install the actual hydration stations, or is it about a break even?
So we are having to pay out monies. Working out in the public right of way is a really tough environment to work in. And, if we have to remove sidewalk to run a water line and a drainage line and those type of things, those add on to the cost. The units themselves, most of the commercial hydration station units are running about $5,000 to $7,000. The first unit that we installed out in North Hollywood actually was a prototype that we built that not only had a hydration station, but a hand washing station. So with soap and water and paper towels for folks to use. And that prototype itself ran us about $17,000 and another $14,000 to install. So in that situation, though, we were able to work through our programs to utilize program funding to cover that. And as we pursue additional hydration stations like this one that we're doing out in the valley with Climate Resolve, as that nonprofit, they are utilizing grant monies to pay the difference. And so we will try to seek additional partnerships in that regards to cover the additional costs that exceed the $10,000 amount.
Got it. That's helpful to understand. And thank you for working with other partners to kind of piece together funding for what is a benefit to everybody who gets a chance to use any of these hydration stations. And then just a last question for me. I know you talked about the one hydration station that's been installed, and I noticed that it is at the Metro Red Line station. So was there any cost sharing there with Metro?
Not necessarily, no. Did not participate in that. We, again, it's adjacent to our toilet, and our toilet's out in the public right of way. Although our public toilet does service a lot of Metro riders, and that is, in fact, our second busiest toilet that we have in our system right now. But no, Metro did not participate in those costs.
Okay. Well, that's good to know, and we'll make sure to ask them about that the next time to come to board, about the benefit that Metro riders are getting from Streets LA and DWP's good work here. So I'll make a note of that. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Colosa. I've lost track. Who else has questions? Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you. It's been a long day. Appreciate your report, Mr. Oishi. I don't have any questions. Just for context for our other board members, I know Mr. Oishi, I think you mentioned it. My computer died for just like 2 seconds. But this is part of our Cool Streets program. It complements some of that effort with tree planting and then our bus shelters. I'm glad for this partnership also. I look forward to doing more of these in the coming future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Have I missed anyone? Does anyone else have questions? No. Okay. Yeah, this is a creative program. Love it that DWP's all in on this. One ancillary benefit and yet another connection to the other agenda. Hydration stations like this encourage people to reuse, ideally, canteens, less ideally, a plastic water bottle that they at least won't throw away. But hopefully it's these. And so that is a really meaningful benefit as well. Thank you, Lance, for the report. Thank you. I see Audrey's here as well. Thank you all. Do I have a motion to move the item forward?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Calosa, Davis, any concerns?
No concerns for me.
All right, hearing none, the item is adopted forthwith. Thank you very much, Lance and Audrey. God.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, folks. Plowing forward. Let's go to, we've already covered item 7. We're going to go to, we've got Seffi Wiles with us. We've got 3 consecutive contract acceptances. Tell you what I'm going to do, Ms. Wiles. I'm going to read all 3, and then you can, and we'll take them together. You can go through and describe each as one full report. Does that sound good?
Sounds great.
All right. Item 8 is contract acceptance alley north of Roscoe Boulevard between Penfield and Winnetka Avenue. Recommending the board accept this contract. Item 9, contract acceptance, Hyperion Wastewater Reclamation Plant, FECL2 Injection Facility Replacement CIP 2443, recommending the board accept this contract. And item 10, contract acceptance, Donald C. Tillman Water Reclamation Plant Blower Air Cleanup System CIP 6171, recommending the board accept this contract. Ms. Wiles, welcome and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Seffi Wiles, Bureau of Contract Administration, here to request the board accept these 3 contracts. I'll make it short and sweet. So for agenda item number 8, the project was located in Council District 3, and it was awarded on April 24th, 2020 as an emergency geotechnical structural construction services contract on a competitive basis to Mike Perlich and Sons in the amount of $164,817 even. The contract was executed and a notice to proceed was issued on May 21st, 2020. The contract number was C133000, and all of the work and final corrections was completed November 19, 2020. The project essentially was for the reconstruction of a deteriorated alley, an alley intersection, pavement section, sidewalk construction of a short retaining wall as well. The project, as I stated, was awarded not to exceed amount was $184,254 even. There were 2 change orders on the project, increasing the cost to $15,074.42, giving the total cost of the project to $179,891.42. The project was completed at 9.15% above the awarded amount and 2.37% below its not to exceed amount. The change orders essentially were for additional quantities of asphalt concrete paving, unclassified excavations, and special handling for materials. As I stated, the finals were completed November 19th, and there was a request to release retention in January of this year. There were no funds disputed or withheld, therefore no funds due the contractor. The funds were provided in General Fund number 100/54, account number 00S697. There were no specific subcontractor participation levels established for this job as it was an emergency contract. And that concludes that report. As far as going on to item number 9, this project was located at the Hyperion Wastewater Reclamation Plant, and this contract was executed by this board January 31, 2018, in the amount of $1,710,220 even, under contract number C131029, bond number 802358, to PPC Construction Incorporated on May 6th of 2020. The project provided for ferrous chloride facilities adjacent to the primary sludge pump plant for the demolition and removal of the existing facility that was located there at the treatment plant. The new facility has 2 new ferrous chloride tanks with gravity flow chemical injection, and this is essentially for the primary sludge treatment processing and to mitigate the hydrogen sulfide gases. The contingency for the project was $171,022 even, giving a total authorized budget for this project at $1,710,220. I'm sorry, excuse me. The total authorized budget was $1,881,242 even. There were 14 change orders, increasing the contract amount and providing a total cost for the project at $1,845,036.63. The project was completed at 7.88% above the awarded amount. However, good news, it was almost 2% below its authorized budget. There were unforeseen conditions that increased the scope of work to essentially result in that 7.88 increase. And this was due to rerouting of chemical drains within the treatment plant, as well as the chemical feed lines. And also additional redesigns for 11 bollards on the project. The final corrections were made on May 6, 2020. There was request for release of retention funds in June of 2020. There are no funds disputed or withheld, therefore no funds due the contractor. These funds were provided in the Green Bonds Fund number 75N, special funds for the wastewater program, as well as wastewater capital improvement funds. PPC has complied with all of the equal employment opportunity and labor compliance requirements for the projects. As far as the achieved levels, they met all of their pledges. The mandatory subcontracting minimum requirement for this project was 15%, and they achieved 18.14%. And there are no unresolved property owner complaints for this project. That completes that report. Moving on, I'm now at item number 10. Okay, this one is for another one of our wastewater treatment plants located DC Tillman, Council District 6. This contract was executed by the board in April of 2017 in the amount of $5,393 even. I will note this is a project labor agreement contract, and it was contract number C-129160. Bond number is 628252, and it was awarded to Ford EC Incorporated. All work was completed in June of 2020. The project essentially was the completion of a biological system, including a reinforced concrete biotrickling filter with 3 layers of sole-sourced media, degreasers, mist eliminators, foul air blowers, recirculation pumps, foul air ducting, piping, civil, structural, electrical, and controls. Pretty intense. The project had a contingency of $269,650 even, giving the total authorized budget to $5,662,650 even. And this board in May and July of 2018 authorized increases to the contingency funds giving the total authorized revised budget to $7,453,003. One more time, $7,453,300 even. Because of the nature of the job, there were 53 change orders, very extensive. There was 25 unforeseen conditions encountered on the project, including errors and omissions, which were 9 additional change orders and then 19 additional for change in scope. There were 3 major ones that were listed in the report, and one of them also increased the contract duration, pushing the completion date to February of 2020. Final corrections were completed in June of last year, and the request for release of retention was made in October. There are no funds disputed or withheld, therefore no funds due the contractor. These funds were provided in the wastewater capital improvement program budget, and the contractor has complied with all of the equal employment opportunity and labor compliance requirements for the contract. All the pledges were met, and I will say that all of the PLA requirements were exceeded. And during the course of, like I said, everything was met. There were no issues from the OCC labor compliance section of our BCA house, and there were no unresolved property owner disputes or complaints. And that concludes those 3 acceptance reports. Thank you.
Well done, Ms. Wiles. That was that felt like my experience in reading street closure items into the record. All right, thank you very much. So, colleagues, any questions or comments regarding items 8, 9, and 10? We'll start with Vice President Garcia.
Thank you, President Good. Hi, Sefi. Good to see you. Thank you for giving such a thorough report. I don't have any questions. I mean, we're just accepting the contracts, basically, and there wasn't any issues closing these items, right?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time, and that's all for me.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Commissioner Colosa.
Thank you, President Good. Thank you for your report, Ms. Wiles. I don't have any questions on any of these 3 items, but thanks for your team's work on this and just closing out these projects.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Colosa. President Pro Tem Davis.
Yes, Mr. President, I don't have any inquiry of any of the items that have been discussed. However, I will move this item if anyone else on the board doesn't have any pressing inquiry.
Thank you for that, President Pro Tem Davis. Commissioner Villegas, any questions or concerns?
I don't have any questions either. It's good to see that these were closed out well, and that the project labor agreement, everything exceeded, the levels. So it seems like, by the way, Ms. Wells, it sounds like you're in those projects yourself because you spoke well of them. It sounds like you're like an expert in each project. I know that you're on the contracting side, but it seems like you're, you know all the details of those projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Yeah, I would just echo that. I love getting the breakdown on PLA performance on contract closings on projects that are subject to PLA. So thank you, Ms. Wiles. And good on 4DC. They exceeded the bar on every front. All right, I've got a motion from President Pro Tem Davis to move the item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Colosa. Garcia, Villegas, any concerns or objections? All right, hearing none. Mr. Knight, the item is adopted forthwith. Thank you, Ms. Wiles.
Thank you. I'll be back.
See you as always. Oh, you're back later. Okay. All right, folks, let's move to item number 13. Item number 13 is a funding adjustment on a project in CD3, Tiny Home Village, Reseda Boulevard projects. Recommending the board authorize the change of funding sources for the project from Coronavirus Relief Fund to Homeless Emergency Aid Program, and 2, authorize the Office of Accounting to disencumber and encumber funds as needed related to HEAP and CRF for the project. C-137823. Marina Quinones is with us on this item. Good afternoon, Ms. Quinones.
Good afternoon, President Good. Hello, Commissioners. This is Marina Quinones, Bureau of Engineering. The motion we're presenting today is for a funding adjustment to the Tiny Home Village in Reseda Boulevard. The project was awarded January 8th of this year. Funding sources were originally HEAP, Homeless Emergency Aid Program, which is Fund 100, and CRF, Coronavirus Relief Fund, Fund 63M. The HEAP funds expire at the end of this month, and throughout the year, the CAO has had cost savings on various projects, and so they need to reprogram and expend those funds. They have identified the Reseda project as one that could potentially expend the project, the amount by the end of June, and it is possible. The project is currently in construction, and we anticipate a certificate of occupancy by Friday. The final invoices are being processed as we speak, and so we're asking for the authority to change funding sources according to the table provided. I did want to note that the original funding table does have a mistake. The third line item for $30,000, that should be fund number 100, not 63M. So the original funding is CRF and HEAP. The revised funding, if you notice the first line, we are reducing the CRF funds and we are increasing HEAP funds from 30,000 to 1.5 million. Mr. Knight, I don't know how I would go about amending that on the table. Would I need to provide a some sort of correction?
So that you're talking about the table on the board report itself. Just give me one moment to grab that.
Thank you, Ms. Quinones. I noticed that too, actually. That was, I mean, the import of the report is still, or the outcome is still the same, but I had that, I noticed that, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be an amendment or a type.
It can just be, right, it could just be, could that just be corrected in the journal, TJ?
Yes, if you, I believe you could submit an amendment to the journal. It would need to be approved by accounting, though, because I believe accounting would have approved, our Office of Accounting would, and our Director of Accounting would have approved the initial division of funds, right? And so if you're amending that, that will need to be approved by accounting.
No problem. They are aware. I made them aware.
Oh, okay.
It is accurate. It should have been 100.
Great, great. Yes, if you would submit that to me and go ahead and copy in the Executive Officer, Dr. Campos.
So Marina, on the table, just for kicks, where it says original, on the original funding table, as opposed to fund number 63M, they would all be 101. They would be 100, fund 100.
For the last item only.
For the last item, that's right. And then, right. Okay.
Yeah, so the first line item, 63M, remains. It's just decreasing. And then the last item, that should have been 100. If you notice on the revised one, it goes up to 1.5.
Yep, that's right. Yeah. Okay. So Ms. Quinones and TJ will work that out with accounting for the journal, but the recommendations or the motion doesn't, the actions on the motion don't change. So do I have any questions from colleagues? President Pro Tem Davis?
No questions from me, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Villegas?
I don't have any questions either. Appreciate your report, Ms. Quinones, and thank you for the corrections.
Vice President Garcia?
I don't have any questions either. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Commissioner Closa?
No questions for me. Thank you for your report, Ms. Quinones.
All right, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Closa. Do I have a second?
Second.
Good. Seconds from Garcia and Davis. Any objections? Commissioner Villegas? All right, hearing no objections, the item is adopted forthwith. Noted for the record, Mr. Knight and Ms. Quinones will work with accounting to make amendments to the table for the Public Works Journal.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Quinones. Have a great day, too. Okay. So, colleagues, that brings us to item 14. This is a subcontractor substitution, Select Electric, Inc. Recommending the board concur with the action of Commissioner Dr. Davis, Commissioner Mike Davis.
All right.
Approving the request of Select Electric, Inc. for the subcontractor substitution of Supreme Wholesale Electric, Inc. with Dravera Enterprises, Inc., DBA Logistical Enterprises, for DBA material supplier for the Highway Safety Improvement Program Cycle 6, RRFB Project 3, Federal Project Number HSIPL-5006794, Work Order E1907966. Welcome back, Ms. Wiles.
Yes. Good afternoon again. Seppi Wiles, Bureau of Contract Administration, requesting recommendation to approve this substitution. The Bureau received on March 23, 2021, a letter from Select Electric to substitute Supreme, their bid-listed disadvantaged business enterprise material supplier on the aforementioned project, with Dravera, another DBE supplier. The request came from Supreme, and unfortunately they went out of business and closed their doors after 28 years per their letter of withdrawal. The bid listed amount for Supreme's portion of work was $563,250 even. Dravera will complete this portion of Supreme's work for that amount, and the substitution will be at no additional cost to the city. The Bureau concurs with the recommendation of Commissioner Dr. Davis to approve the substitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wiles. Do I have any questions? Commissioner Coloso.
Thank you, President Good. No questions for me. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Villegas.
I don't have any questions either. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice President Garcia?
No questions for me either. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Davis, you want a motion to move this forward?
So move.
All right. Do I have a second?
A second.
Seems appropriate, Mike, right? Thank you, Commissioner Coloso. Garcia, Villegas, any objections? All right. Hearing no objections, the item is adopted forthwith. Thank you again, Ms. Wiles. Thank you, Dr. Davis.
Thank you.
And that brings us to item 15. Item 15 is an authority for expenditure. California Association of Sanitation Agencies, Bureau of Sanitation, and Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $28,100 to pay for the 2021 membership renewal. AE 217609943, AE 217609943M, Fund 760, Sewer Operations and Maintenance Fund, Department Number 50, Appropriation Unit 50TX82. Ms. Nguyen, are you here on this item?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, President Good, Vice President Garcia, President Pro Tem Davis, Commissioners, Mr. Jordan, and Mr. Knight. My name is Peggy Nguyen. I am an environmental supervisor at LA Sanitation and Environment, and I am here today to present to you a request for a renewal of a membership in an association. It's the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, and we rely on them for assistance with legislative advocacy. We also rely on them for legal help on rules and regulations that are proposed that might affect our operations. The amount that is being requested is $28,100 for an annual membership, and that will go from, it's a retroactive one, it will go from January 1st of this year until December 31st. It's been a great opportunity for us to network with other agencies and find out ideas on how to do things better for them as well. our current interim general manager, Tracy Minamidi, actually current serves as the president. I'm on their state and federal legislative committees. And this year we were awarded an award for organizational excellence for our LA San Customer Care Center telecommute program. And so I'm here to be available to answer any questions that you might have about this particular item. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Any questions, Vice President Garcia?
Thank you, President Good. Ms. Quinn, quick question. Is this our regular cost for every year?
It's approximately the same. Last year it was 27,000 something, and so it's increased by about 0.9% since last year.
Okay, that's all. Thank you so much for your report.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Garcia. President Pro Tem Davis.
So this is a professional association dues, membership dues?
Yes.
Do I have the right one? And
that's correct.
This is, we are one of the obviously largest members of the group because it's a statewide effort. And we are able to associate and get great ideas from this association that helps us in the general management and administration of the Bureau. Is that pretty accurate?
That's correct. And they were very important this year and this past year in helping us to advocate for funding from a federal level related to COVID-19 for addressing our arrearages.
And you said also that we have been recognized for our practices and performances and achievements in certain disciplines within the field of sanitation. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had a capital project that was nominated for an outstanding award, and then we actually received an award for organizational excellence for our quick transition to telecommuting with our customer service program.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. Appreciate
You're very welcome.
Commissioner Colosa.
Thank you, President Good. I don't have any questions for Ms. Nguyen. I think she did a nice job explaining this item and appreciate my colleagues' follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Villegas?
Just a quick question. Appreciate Ms. Nguyen's report. As the body that's approving the $28,100 for this enrollment another year, how do us as board members get access to this information as well?
So the specific, they have a web page that's open. You can just do a Google search for California Association of Sanitation Agencies, and you should be able to see who the board members are, see the award booklets, and watch videos about the projects that were awarded and the programs that were awarded. In terms of legislative information, we have a web page. It's an internal one in LA San where we maintain the legislative, the information, the current updates about the status of the bills that are being proposed. But there's also a listserv that you can join to get information from CASA. I also publish a monthly or thereabouts digest of announcements from them, so that you won't be so you won't get all of the emails all of the time, because it can be very overwhelming. So I can also add you to the distribution list as well.
Sure, that would be helpful. Just wanted to be able to see what other best management practices other local governments have. Just that where we have so many associations that we're a part of, and the board just approves them, but we don't get any kind of utility out of them as board members. So I just want to be able to also read and learn and see what you all see. We just see the final products over here, but I'd kind of like to be able to get some exposure to that.
Sure, I'll definitely add you to our listserv.
Thank you. And does that...
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I would like to say that these professional associations are membership associations. We are a governing body, and that one of the appropriate processes is to collaborate with those that we work with in terms of their role and responsibility in the association. So meeting with the administrators from sanitation about what our agenda is with the association would be the appropriate role for us as governing body members. And finally, I will say it would be very appropriate to ask for an opportunity to visit. As a visitor, you can become a person to observe the processes as well. And as a governing body member, that is something that people all over the country in our role do. They go in as observers to get further opportunity to observe how it functions.
Thank you for, President Good, you're muted. Commissioner Davis, thank you for bringing that up. Well, what I'll go ahead and do is let our new GM, Barbara Romero, and our COO and current acting GM, Tracy Minamidi, know of your interest. And if you would like to visit a meeting, you can. It's very detailed, and I can just as well provide you with digests and summaries. And so however you would like to participate, any of you, I'd be happy to support you in that.
So, thank you. Commissioner Villegas, I felt like you were not done.
Thank you. I lost my train of thought. I'm all done.
Okay.
I just want to have access to the information that we're approving, and that was really it. Just to be able to see what other cities do.
Okay, great. So I think we've got a game plan there. All right. And I think that's everyone, correct? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Very helpful. Do I have a motion to move this forward, Commissioner Villegas?
Indeed. So moved.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Colosa, Garcia, any concerns or objections? All right. Hearing none, the item is adopted forthwith. Thank you very much, Ms. Nguyen.
Thank you.
All right. Item 16. This is another AFE, YMCA of Metropolitan Los Angeles. Bureau of Sanitation, we're all familiar with these. Bureau of Sanitation and Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $1,190,000, new adjusted amount of $2,329,000 to encumber funds to pay for utilization of various hygiene facilities for unsheltered residents. The approval of this authority for expenditure for the Fourth Amendment will enable the Bureau of Sanitation to pay the vendor for services from January 1, 2021 to June 30, 2021. Get ourselves caught up. Authorize the president or two members of the Board of Public Works to execute this service agreement. AE 211-000-11M, Fund 100, General Fund, Department number 82, Appropriation Unit 003040. Who is with us on this item, Mr. Knight?
President Good, we have Melvin De Leon.
Mr. De Leon, are you there?
I do not see Mr. De Leon listed in the participants list.
Do we have anyone from the Bureau of Sanitation?
Is Mr. Ron Lee available? I do not see Ron Lee either. I believe that we may not have our speaker, our staff presenter on this item, President Good.
Okay, well, then we will continue the item to Friday or next Wednesday because Friday's agenda is already noticed.
Correct.
Okay, so we will continue this item to next Wednesday, which is the 23rd of June.
Thank you.
All right. That brings us to item number 17. Item 17 is another authority for expenditure, exam fee reimbursement for inspectors or two inspectors. Bureau of Contract Administration and Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $57,000, new adjusted amount of $65,000, to increase yearly authority for reimbursement of eligible deputy license costs to inspectors as stipulated in MOU 5, Article 5.9. AE 217600004M, Fund 100, General Fund, Department Number 76, Appropriation Unit 006020. And we get Ms. Wiles again.
Yes.
Hello, Ms. Wiles.
This is the last time, I promise. The BCA is requesting approval for this AFE to increase our original authority of $8,000, increasing it to $65,000 in order to reimburse our inspectors that hold specialty licensure with the Department of Building and Safety. Currently, we have 83 inspectors who hold licensures out of 213 inspectors, and the total licensing that they have cumulative is 347. Essentially, the cost of the reimbursement is due to the fact that there was an update in the bargaining unit MOU 5 for the inspection class that waived the $500 fee for the exam. This cost will be incurred by our Bureau in addition to any of the books to be supplied for these licensure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wiles. Any questions, colleagues? Calosa?
Thank you, President Good. Yeah, I just have one quick follow-up question. Thank you for your report, Ms. Wiles, and glad to see this item moving forward. We want to make sure that we get our inspectors everything they need to do their work on all of our critical projects. Just curious, how many inspectors benefited from getting this additional license? I know you gave us totals, but just wanted to better understand the breakdown.
So currently, out of the 213 in our inspection class, assistant inspector, construction inspector, and senior, we have a total of 83 that currently hold licensure. It has to be renewed every 3 years. And essentially, the additional cost that we're asking for is we have $19,000 that is due for reimbursement at this time of the 83 that are holding these licensures. I hope
Okay, so this entire amount, I heard the original 83 number originally, but this entire amount of $65,000, that represents all 83 inspectors.
Correct. It allows us the flexibility to, as the renewals come in, we can process them timely and thus increase the ceiling of that 8,000 amount.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you, Ms. Wiles. I don't have any more questions, President Good.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice President Garcia?
I don't have any questions. Well, let me just question. Steffi, so this is a reimbursement. This is reimbursement. That means folks already took their inspector test, right?
Well, this is for the specialty licensure through the Department of Building and Safety.
Oh, okay. So
specific.
Specific.
Yes.
Got it.
There's 11 total categories, and these inspectors are specialized in certain areas such as concrete, masonry, structural steel. It's above and beyond what is the requirements for our typical inspection class.
Okay, good.
And this is for the reimbursement for those specialty licensing for the fees incurred for the testing and the books to receive that. And of course, we don't pay until we receive notification that they pass the test, of course.
And I imagine all of our inspectors pass the test.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much, Steffi, for your time. That's all for me.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Commissioner Villegas?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wells, for your report. I don't have any questions. I appreciate the questions that my colleagues shared today, so that just gives me a little bit more perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. President Pro Tem Davis?
No questions for me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and I have no more questions either. Thank you, Ms. Wiles. Been a prolific day for you today, and I'll take a motion to move the item forward.
So moved.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Villegas. Garcia, Colosa, any objections or concerns? All right, hearing none, the item is adopted forthwith. Thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Wiles, very much. All right, on to 18. Our last authority for expenditure, Franklin Covey Client Sales, Inc. Bureau of Engineering and Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $21,150 to encumber funds for payment of renewal for Franklin Covey All Access Pass 12-month license for 1 to 100 users for the period of April 8, 2021 to April 7, 2022. AE 217-61115M, Fund 761, Sewer Construction and Maintenance Fund, Department number 50, Appropriation Unit 50, TX 78. Mr. Liu, are you here on this item?
Yes, thank you, President Good. I'm here to report on this item.
All right, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, Vice President Garcia, President Pro Tem Davis, Commissioner Colosa, Commissioner Villegas, Executive Assistant Knight, and City Attorney Jordan. As stated, we are requesting approval to encumber these funds via the AFE document for renewal of the 12-month All Access Pass in order to allow staff to access online and on-demand training and webinars for the Bureau of Engineering's employees. I'm sorry, I forgot my name. My name is Jason Lay with the Bureau of Engineering Administration Division. Okay. To continue, so Franklin Covey offers training opportunities for BOE staff to help develop skills in various disciplines, for example, leadership, team building, presentation, adapting to today's business worlds, coaching, mentoring. The All Access Pass allows staff to access these training materials at their convenience, giving them flexibility to participate in trainings and webinars around their schedules. Access to training content is unlimited for the staff during the period that we have it, and allows them to participate in as many trainings as they would like. To conclude, these trainings are part of BOE's commitment to continue to offer opportunities for skill development, especially in this changing and very challenging environment that we find ourselves in, and moving very fast for BOE staff. I open myself up for questions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. Colleagues, any questions? Vice President Garcia?
No, thank you, Mr. Liu, for your report. I always get excited when I see leadership training and anything that has to do around leadership. So obviously the Franklin Covey is part of a really well-known institution to provide leadership training, and I'm happy that our Bureau of Engineering is purchasing this. However, I do see that it says from 1 to 100 users. So only 100 users will be able to get access to this leadership training?
Right, we're currently targeting senior staff and supervisors with this particular training because a lot of it's going to be focused on a lot of those challenges we're facing now, especially working with remote employees, maintaining culture and remotely, the managing loss of staff that we've had through the SIP and all that kind of, and all those, and those very current issues. So yeah, the target right now is for 100 licenses for senior staff and supervisors who are.
And I imagine this would include, based on what you just said, this would include folks that are becoming new supervisors or have now stepped into that role.
Yes, but the spaces will be allocated to staff that are stepping into those roles and assuming those types of responsibilities.
So I appreciate that, and I hope that that is what will happen with the leadership training. There's a lot of movement because of the SIP and because of everything else right now, and so I know that we will have very new leaders or new management within our bureaus. So I'm happy that this bureau is focusing on those that are stepping in and getting into that new world of management / leadership. So I hope that we can, expand it or make sure that these new leaders get this training.
Very good. I agree. Yes.
Thank you. That's all from me, President.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Liu, for sharing this information with us. I don't have any questions. Actually, I had one. I think I'm just confused because the fund where you're taking this from, it says a sewer construction and maintenance fund. Just quick question, is that under BOE's purview or LA San? I just see sewer and I just assumed LA San.
Right, there are wastewater funds where we do have access to them. I can look it up real. Yeah, we use this funding for various items at discretion, but it's not say locked down to, I guess, just for sanitation. We have access to these funds.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. No more questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. President Pro Tem Davis.
Yes. Jason, thanks so very much for your report, and I appreciate the fact that we are continuing to seek the tools we need despite the fact that we're in this COVID-19 environment. And I know that you've had prior relationships with local universities, Loyola Marymount and others in terms of Bureau of Engineering. And hopefully in the future, when it's safer, we'll be able to return to some of those kinds of training as well. I just wanted to ask, in terms of Franklin Covey, I have never worked with them before, but are they a group that we've worked with before?
Yes, actually, we have used Franklin Covey over the last 2 years.
I see. I see.
For the same similar leadership classes and webinars.
Okay, great. So for every current supervisor or management person, you'll be able to pull from the various trainings that they provide, and everybody will be able to access it, even if they're at home or wherever in the world they are. Quite frankly, they will be able to get the training from this program that you are going to get from them.
That's correct. These trainings are accessible online and remotely.
And then I will also say that it looks to be pretty much affordable. 100 people at $21,000. I'm sure we paid much, much more in terms of the training that we had with the local universities, probably. So I think that this is a reasonable price as well, if I can recall the cost that we expend for traditional training. So that's my observations. And again, thank you for a great report.
Thank you, President Pro Tem.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. And Commissioner Colosa.
Thank you, President Good. I don't have any questions, Mr. Liu. Thanks for your patience and for your explanation on the report. And just echo sentiments of my colleagues, and I'm glad to see BOE is continuing to invest back into our most critical asset, which is our people, and that we're giving them resources that they need during this time of a great transition. And I also just want to give a big shout out, of course, to our city engineer, Gary Lee Moore, for being dedicated and making sure that these funds are here, and that we do have this emphasis on leadership training and professional development. So thank you, Mr. Liu, for your work on this.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Commissioner. Yeah, Mr. Liu, ditto. To Mike's point, great price tag. 100 people. Two, good for BOE, particularly in light of SIP, the brain drain that we've gone through, to make sure that we're intentional in terms of professional development and leadership development in our bureaus. So this makes a lot of sense. Is this on a first come, first served basis, Jason, or is it going to be, are folks going to be selected?
We actually have some students that are, continuing their education. So, but I think not too clear on how they're selecting it. But I think, like I said, it's targeting supervisors and senior leader, and I think as I spoke, people coming into leadership positions. So I think that's the focus.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. I'll motion to move the item forward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Villegas, Calosa, Garcia, any objections or concerns? All right, hearing no objections, the item is adopted forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right. Item 19. Item 19 is an administrative item. The mayor has approved and authorized the Board of Public Works on behalf of the Bureau of Engineering to execute the proposed task order solicitation with Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc. for design services for the Broadway Manchester Active Transportation Equity Project pursuant to the mayor's fiscal year 2021 or 2020-2021 cost containment memo dated June 24th, 2020. This is fully funded by budgeted special funds and has no general fund impact. Do I have a motion to receive this communication from the mayor?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Calosa. Do I have any concerns or questions, Garcia or Davis?
None for me.
All right, hearing no concerns, this item number 19 is received and filed. Thank you all. Item 20, the mayor has approved and authorized the Board of Public Works on behalf of the Bureau of Engineering to execute the Telfair multimodal bridge over Pacoima Wash project agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates pursuant to the mayor's fiscal year 2020-2021 cost containment memo dated June 24th, 2020. This is fully funded by budgeted special funds and has no general fund impact. Do I have a motion to receive this communication from the mayor?
So moved.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll take seconds from Villegas and Calosa. Any objections or concerns, Vice President Garcia? All right, hearing none, this item is received and filed as requested. All right, do we have someone back here for item 16?
Yes, sir. This is Robert Potter from LA San.
What happened, Bob?
I apologize for the confusion, but this contract actually got switched from division to division. Originally, it came out and it was under Support Services Division, which I manage, because it was being front funded by SWRF funds, and then subsequently it switched to general funds, so it fell under another division. And when I saw it up here, it showed somebody else as the presenter, but I will take the lead on this because I've had it since the beginning, and I apologize for not being here when I should have been.
Appreciate that. You know, next time you're going to get demerits, Bob. You know that.
I barely made it through the morning presentation, so.
All right. You build capital. You build capital with that contract. You're outstanding. All right, Bob. I read the item into the record. You want to just give a quick description of where we're at?
Sure. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I'm Robert Potter, Division Manager, Solid Support Services Division. LA San is requesting the authority for an AE and the letter of agreement with YMCA of Los Angeles for the utilization of the 9 hygiene facilities that we have been using throughout this pandemic to be available to our unsheltered residents during the period of the COVID emergency. And this would carry us through June of 2021, the end of this fiscal year. Bless you. Yeah, bless you. The County Department of Health and Center for Disease Controls have provided guidelines for basic hygiene practices, which we can see now based on the way that the pandemic is going has been a good guide. And that part of that was the basic hygiene, and making sure that we provide that to our vulnerable unsheltered residents was a key element that we brought forward to this board through your direction. This will supplement the 6 hygiene units that LA San currently deploys for the unsheltered. On top of that, we'll have these 9 facilities available. The YMCA has agreed for LASAN to utilize the showers, bathrooms, locker rooms for the 9 facilities, and they're spread out throughout the city. LASAN inspected these facilities conditions prior to use, and will make sure that the facilities are returned to the condition they were prior to us entering into this agreement. Participants utilizing the facilities will have to sign release waivers against the YMCA and the city, and will agree to the program rules, which requires all participants to have their temperatures taken and also have to wear appropriate face coverings. LASAN will pay the YMCA $20,000 per month per facility at the beginning of each month. Funding for this agreement now is going to be raised to the amount of $2,329,000, and it changed to a front fund to the fund is coming from Fund 100, Department 82, Object 304, and is general funded from the COVID relief funds provided to the City of Los Angeles. At this point, I'm available for any questions related to this topic. And again, I apologize for not being here when the item was called.
Okay. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate that. Colleagues, do we have any questions? Vice President Garcia, I'll start with you.
Thank you, President Good. Thank you, Bob, for the report. So quick question. We're coming now into summer, and this is obviously the height of YMCA and their usage to the facilities. Are we being asked to reduce our services so that they can bring the kids back in any of our sites?
That's a great question. Yeah, so we reached out to the YMCA, and they've identified from 9, they went down to 7 facilities that they have identified that can continue the services as is. 2 of the other facilities are going to have they don't have a larger footprint, so they can't accommodate the program. So we've been working with them, but they believe that they can continue on with 7 of the facilities. So we'll see a drop in the total overall cost related to this program.
So YMCA will, the other 7 facilities that will still stay in contract with us will not open their doors to service the kids during the summer?
No, the facilities that they're utilizing have the ability to keep separation. So they have 2 separate entrances. So there'll be the facility will run and do its normal programs from what we've been told by the YMCA, and they will still maintain the shower and hygiene program through another access point.
Okay. And for the 2 that we're losing, do we have any plans to still furnish some kind of shower and hygiene place, even though for that area, even though we're closing the YMCA services?
Yes, we currently have the mobile hygiene units. So what we have done in LSD program does is they target the needs and they assess them on a regular basis. So knowing that those 2 facilities are no longer available, they'll be able to move those mobile hygiene facilities into areas that will service the unsheltered in those areas.
Okay. Okay. I guess can you keep me posted on how many facilities we keep using with YMCA? Now that the city opened, I'm sure parents are going to start now looking to go back to sending their kids to activities and so forth. I just want to make sure that the kids also get what they need and the parents, but also be able to have our out-house population also continue to be serviced since we've already had this going for almost a year and a half now. So I'm sure there's regular folks that have now needed a point to come back and take care of themselves. So I don't know if we can have a plan B or a strategic plan to make sure that we don't lose both.
Yes, we will, and we'll keep on top of it. And we provided nearly, I think it's 75,000 or 74,000 showers to our unsheltered residents. So we know that there is a need and there is a value in this program.
Got it. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. President Pro Tem Davis.
Yes, I was going to say about this program. We've been operating it. Has it been, a year and a half, Robert?
Yeah, I believe we started April of 2020, right after the emergency orders from the mayor in March. So right around April of 2020. So it's been about 14 months.
Are we the only government in the region? We are a county of at least 88 cities. Are we the only entity providing this kind of service in the county that you know of?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any other services being coordinated through YMCA other than this contract that we put together, this LOA with the YMCA.
So we're the only one in the county kind of doing this stuff. I mean, if we go out to Hawthorne or Redondo Beach or somewhere out there, they're not doing this kind of a service. We're the only person providing this kind of a service to our unsheltered residents, right?
As far as I know, yes. I have no knowledge of any other YMCA programs throughout the county of Los Angeles.
Or just any kind of program, period. I mean, I realize that the YMCA is our tool, but I don't know of any other government around the county that is providing. They may well have something else, but I don't know if they are providing anything else other than us, from my knowledge. But I thought I'd ask you because I know you have more knowledge than I do.
So there are some agencies through the county that work with the homeless population to provide mobile showers that are outside of this. But when it's specific to the YMCA, I'm not aware of anybody else who's coordinating with the YMCA directly.
Gotcha. So in terms of you working at this program now, I guess headed towards 2 years, what's your opinion briefly in terms of how effective we've been?
Just from my personal observations and actually being at these facilities and seeing the value that it provides, it's been outstanding. I mean, there's a lot of people that survive based on the abilities to have this hygiene provided to them. And I was surprised to see some of the unhoused people's. They're working full time. They're doing Uber and Lyft and doing other functions, and they need the showers just to survive. So it's been a blessing.
And so the complimentary service is this mobile shower as well. So a lot of you had explained in earlier meetings, a lot of the constituents prefer and use the mobile showers as well. And I guess it's in concert with what we're doing with the Y. Is that still the case? That some people prefer the mobile showers as opposed to going to the stationary YMCA location?
I think you tend to draw two different clientele, right? I mean, we tend to target the mobile units to areas where we know there's a higher density or population of homeless that live on the streets that are right there. So we can get their service that need, and it's immediate and it's direct and it's right there. And then you have that area that I was talking about, that people that maybe in have some sort of a mobile home, maybe it's their car or something else, that can get to these stationary sites, and they're just easier and convenient for them. So I think there's a kind of a multiple purpose for the two different styles.
Well, let me ask you, in terms of the YMCA resources, how do we address the South Los Angeles area in that? Is it still in place what you've had in the past? I know you had the YMCA on Vermont and 90th Street or something like that. Is that still the case there, or is there another arrangement there?
That's still the case, but I think that on top of that, that's one of our more enhanced areas down in the southern region, where we have more of our mobile deployment. I think that's got a higher concentration of mobile deployment because there is some areas have a significant homeless population that's actually on the streets and is not mobile. So we have to make sure we cater to that need.
Well, as we certainly restore these services and continue the network, which is critically important, and I know you can't do everything. I know that when we looked at areas like the 9th District, the accessibility in terms of the service there, they were going to the Vermont location. I guess that's still the case, that they serve that area as well. As we increase, I felt that this is a question that should be explored in terms of what we're increasing, and hopefully that is being addressed.
Yeah, I would say that, and it's kind of outside of my expertise because Gabriel Miranda is the division manager over the LSD program, but They use all their GIS data and their location data to understand the needs and where they need to put them, and that's where they utilize that mobile facilities. And if we can come across, and we've asked YMCA for every facility they have, so when they give us ones that are in any area that needs that service, we will add them to the list.
Mm-hmm. I think in the past we had some discussion about transportation to be able to access the service in terms of those areas that were nearby. So I don't know if the funding that you have asked for will accommodate the need that you might have to access those different constituents that are in surrounding areas so that they can have access to it. But if not, I would hope that would be a part of what we're doing. as you continue to go and get more funding for it. So this one is for 6 months or somewhere therein. If we've not accommodated that, it would be my hope that in the future we would kind of figure in those additional resources that you need to continue to make this what I believe is an effective program, and that what I have observed is a program that is really tough work. Nobody really is doing this kind of work that you're doing, so it's appreciated, and my hope is that it can be as effective as you possibly can be to continue to do this work. So thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Commissioner Villegas?
I have no questions. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Potter, for the report. Just get all the updates all the time, just through the emails from the mayor's office as well. Thank you so much.
Oh, anytime.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Colosa?
Thank you, President Good. We accept your apology, Mr. Potter. We thought you were leaving us on such good terms earlier, and then you missed your spot with us. But I'm just joking with you.
Then you guys are really expensive on me.
This has been a huge benefit to the community, as we all know, who utilize this service and partnership with the YMCA. So I appreciate the questions and comments from my colleagues. The only one follow-up question that I had was really in response to the two locations that are no longer going to be utilized during the summertime, knowing that those were previously two areas where we had services provided. Are we going to be supplementing those areas with any additional service from our mobile units? So people who may have traditionally used those facilities still have somewhere to go, even if it may not be directly in the YMCA facilities.
Yes, I think that, it's a key element, and like I said, Gabe is the division manager of that group, but they know that those two facilities are no longer available, and they know that there is a need in that area, so they do deploy based on those needs, and they have a comprehensive program, and it's tied to the outreach and the LASA and everything that's involved in finding out where the needs are, so they can ensure that they get that service to the people that need it.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. We'll be sure to ask Mr. Miranda when he's here in front of us. But appreciate you stepping in to help their division out on this item. I don't have any other questions, President Good.
Thanks, Commissioner Colosa. Just one more clarifying question again, Bob. Which are the two sites that we've closed or that we've ceased to do this with?
I believe the first one was Westchester, and I'm looking for the second one, but I couldn't find it off the top of my head. But I can send you an email with the two that closed.
That'd be great, Bob.
I'll make sure I put a copy.
Okay, and then again, we're not sure when this ends, right? Like this, I mean, it's really going to be a council and mayor decision, right?
Yes, that's correct. So we've talked with the mayor's office about what they're looking forward going into the next fiscal year, and we'll be, if they wish to continue the program, we'll be coming back to the board for another request.
All right. With that, I'll thank you, Mr. Potter. I'll motion to move the item forward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Got seconds from Villegas and President Pro Tem Davis. Any objections, Commissioners Colosa and Vice President Garcia? All right, hearing no objections, the item is adopted forthwith. Thank you, Bob. And Mr. Knight, I believe that clears the decks, no?
Yes, you're correct, it does.
All right, 6 minutes to wiggle, Commissioner Villegas, inside baseball for the public. All right, thank you.
Just going to refresh my makeup.
You don't need 6 minutes more. All right, thank you all very much. This meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, everybody else. Have a great day.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, and just lastly, yeah, to Teresa. Oh, she's gone. We were gonna congratulate her.
Right. Okay, we'll
do it next
I'll
time.
handle that, okay? All right,
Okay.
thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you.